Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Wow, sir. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Other. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check.
जनन जगन तगन तदन तो
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check.
Running a business isn't easy. So many
தாமரை நீருக்குள் மூழ்கிடும் தாமரை சற்றென்று மாறுது வானிலை பெண்ணே உன்மேல் பிழை நில்லாமல் வீசிடும் பேரலை நெஞ்சுக்குள்
Hello, check. External participants, refreshment is being arranged outside. You can have it and come inside after 10 minutes. I repeat again, refreshments are being arranged outside. You can have your refreshments and come back to the seating within 10 minutes. We request only the external participants to have the refreshment.
to buy. Ready for a surprise?
இது டாக்டர் ரஷ்மி குரானாவோட போனு தண்ணியில விழுந்துச்சு.
நீங்க ஒண்ணு பண்ணுங்க, நீங்க உங்க அட்ரஸ் சொல்லுங்க, நானே டெலிவர் பண்ணிடுறேன்.
ஒரு நிமிஷம். என்னங்க அட்ரஸ்? தேங்க்யூ.
டாக்டர் ரஷ்மி குரானா வந்துட்டாங்களா?
போன் வந்தாச்சுன்னா அவங்களும் வந்துருவாங்க. தேங்க்யூ so மச். சார் ஒரு நிமிஷம் இருங்க, நான் இப்ப அவங்கள மீட் பண்ண வைக்கிறேன். சார் வாங்க.
I request all the participants to be please seated.
Guys, guest is on the way. Please maintain silence and put your mobile phones on silent mode. And we expect your fullest cooperation throughout the event. I repeat again, guest is on the way. So we expect you all to put your phones on silent mode and maintain silence, and your cooperation has been highly expected throughout the event. All the students rather than the volunteers are expected to be seated on the allocated seated places, and also maintain high discipline as well as put your phones on silent mode. Students at backside are expected to fill the seats at the front row.
On the page.
இப்போ எடுத்த உடனே ப்ரேயர் சாங் முடிச்சு தான் வெல்கம் அட்ரஸ்.
A kind instruction, please. When guest is arriving, we expect you all to raise up as a symbol of gratitude towards the guest. And now the guest is on the way. So we expect your highest cooperation and discipline, as well as put your phones on some silent mode. Yeah.
Hello, chick. Hello, chick. Hello, chick, chick. Hello, chick. Hello. Hello, chick.
Volunteers who are standing aside are expected to be seated in the side corner chairs. We expect you to be seated. Volunteers? Yes, thank you. all give a round of applause as symbol of gratitude and love and expression.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of KPR College of Arts, Science and Research, we extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to this much-awaited international conference on AI for sustainable economic growth, driving green innovation, workforce skilling, digital trade transformation, and governance.
As Henry Ford once said, coming together is beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success. And today, we are here as a testament to that success and a collaboration between three esteemed institutions, KPR College of Arts, Science and Research, well known for its commitment and academic excellence and innovation, Sri Ram College of Commerce, University of Delhi, one of India's most prestigious and premier institution with commerce, management and economics, and Churchill Institute of Higher Education, Australia, a reputed international institution driving global partnership and cutting-edge research.
This partnership brings together a wealth of knowledge, diversity, and expertise from across the globe, creating a platform for meaningful discussion on how artificial intelligence can shape our economy, transform our governance, and lead us towards a sustainable future.
This conference is not just about artificial intelligence. It's an idea, it's a people, and possibilities. Over the next 2 days, we'll be engaging with brilliant minds throughout the leaders, innovators, and we'll share insights that can change and inspire generation that coming forward.
Before we move forward with the day's proceedings, allow us to introduce ourselves as your master of ceremony for this conference. It is with great honor and privilege that we,
Sanjit Kumar of 3rd BCom PA,
and Haripriya of 3rd BCom, take the stage as your master of ceremonies.
sit back, open your minds, and let's together embark the intellectual journey of knowledge, collaboration, and innovation.
Light is the symbol of wisdom, and wisdom is the wealth of wise. To symbolize knowledge and enlightenment, we shall now light the ceremonial lamp. I kindly invite our dignitaries, Professor Simrit Kaur, Associate Professor Brendan Boyle, Dr. Sapna Bansal, Mrs. Gayatri Anantakrishnan, and Dr. Geeta to light the lamp. I request the other dignitaries to join them. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. Indeed, this flame ignites our path towards knowledge and progress.
As the saying goes, where there is a devotion, there is a divine presence. To begin this auspicious day, let us all invoke the blessing of Almighty. I now request everyone to raise for Tamil Thai Varthu.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிது தெக்கணமும் மதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதழும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திழக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்த செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you for your mesmerizing voice.
Culture is the widening of mind and the spirit. To celebrate our culture, let us now enjoy a graceful traditional dance performance by Supriya.
உன்னை காணாது நான் இன்று நான் இல்லையே, விதையில்லாமல் வேறில்லையே. உன்னை காணாது நான் இன்று நான் இல்லையே, விதையில்லாமல் வேறில்லையே. கிருஷ்ணா, நான் இன்று நான் இல்லையே, விதையில்லாமல் வேறில்லையே. நிதம் காண்கின்றவான் கூட நிஜமல்ல, இதம் சேர்க்கும் கணா கூட சுகமல்ல. நீ இல்லாமல் நான் இல்லையே. உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் கமதனிதானிதவமகமருகருத. உன்னை காணாமல் பெண் நெஞ்சு தடுமாறுதே, விதையில்லாமல் வேறில்லை. சரி வர தூங்காது வாடும் மனுதினம் உனக்காக எங்கும் ராதான் உனக்கென ராதான் உனக்கு ஒரு ராதான். கிருதிதா கிருதி கிருதிதா கிருதி ததகிட தகதா ததகிட தகதா ததகிட தக ததகிட தக ததகிட தக தாகதா. அவ்வாறு நோக்கினால் எவ்வாறு நாடுவேன், கண்ணாடி முன் நின்று பார்த்து கொண்டேன். ஒன்றாக செய்திட 100 நாடகம் ஒத்திகைகள் செய்து எதிர்பார்த்திருந்தேன். எதிர்பாராமலே அவன் எதிர்பாராமலே அவன் பெண்ணிருந்து வந்து என்னை பம்பரமாய் சுழற்றி வைத்து உலகுண்ட பெருவாயன் எந்த வாயோடு
இந்த பூங்கோதை மறந்தாளடி. உடலணிந்த ஆடை போல் என்னை அணிந்து கொள்வாயா இனி நீ கண்ணா தூங்காத என் கண்ணின் துயில் உறுத்த கண்ணந்தான் இனி நீ இது நேராமலே நான் உன்னை பாராமலே நான் இந்த முழு ஜென்மம் போயிருந்தா என்று அதை எண்ணி வீணேகம் ஏங்காமலே உன்னை மூச்சாக்கி வாழ்வேனடா.
இவ்வரங்கமும் மெய்மறந்ததே. Thank you for your graceful performance, Supriya.
A strong foundation is the beginning of every great journey. Every institution has its own heartbeat, its own identity, and its own symbol of pride. For us, that heartbeat resonates through the KPR anthem, an anthem that reflects our values, celebrates our vision, and strengthens our unity. It is not just a song, it is a reminder of dreams we share, the legacy we uphold, and the future we aspire to build together. Let us now take a moment to experience the KPR anthem.
சிறகை விரிக்கும் கோவையின் பறவை நான், தரமே எங்கள் தாரகமே, கரிசல் பூமியில் தானம் பாடிடும் கதை
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to take a special journey into glorious history of an institution that has been beacon of academic excellence for a century. Sri Ram College of Commerce, lovingly known as SRCC, has completed a remarkable legacy of 100 years, a journey that began with humble vision and has evolved into illustrious, preeminent institution, pioneering education, shapes of commerce and management and economics. This presentation beautifully captures the essence of SRCC's century-long evolution. It has brought values, milestones, and everlasting commitment to the shaping of the future of education and society. Without any further ado, let's sit back and relax and get on to the video. Thank you.
Stories that inspire, educate, and uplift. Carrying forward this thought, we now present the School of Commerce video of KPRCAS, a glimpse into our journey of academic excellence, our proud milestones, and the remarkable achievements that we have shaped over the years. This presentation reflects not just our growth as an institution, but also our commitment to nurturing knowledge, leadership, and innovation in the field of commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, let us together experience the legacy and spirit of the School of Commerce of KPRCAS.
We request Principal Dr. P. Geeta, Secretary Mrs. Gayatri Anandakrishna, and the conveners Dr. Sri Devi and Dr. K. Kumuda Devi to accompany the chief guest.
Professor Simrit Kaur, Principal, SRCC, Associate Professor Brendan Boyle, Chair Governing Council, Churchill Institute of Higher Education, Dr. Sapna Bansal, Convener and Director of Institutional Outreach and Inclusivity, Sri Ram College of Commerce, Mr. David S. Knight, Dean, Churchill Institute of Higher Education, and Dr. Thompson Denning, Assistant Dean, Churchill Institute of Higher Education, on the dais. Respect is one of the greatest expressions of love. We now move on to the honoring of guests. Now I request Mrs. Gayatri Anandakrishnan and Dr. P. Geeta to do the honor to Professor Simrit Kaur, Principal, Sri Ram College of Commerce. Now I request Mrs. Gayatri Anandakrishnan and Dr. P. Geeta to do the honor to Dr. Sapna Bansal, Director, Institutional Outreach and Inclusivity, Sri Ram College of Commerce.
Now, with great pleasure, I would like to call upon Professor Simrit Kaur, Dr. Sapna Bansal, on behalf of SRCs to felicitate Mrs. Gayatri Anandakrishnan, Secretary KPICAS, and Dr. P. Geeta, Principal KPICAS, as a token of love and heartfelt gratitude.
Now I call Mrs. Gayatri Anandakrishnan, Dr. P. Geeta, Professor Simrit Kaur, and Dr. Sapna Bansal to do the honor to Associate Professor Brendan Boyle, Mr. David S. Knight, and Dr. Thompson Denningen of Churchill Institute of Higher Education.
A warm welcome is key to making lasting connections. To extend such a welcome today, I would like to call Dr. P. Geeta, Principal of KPI College of Arts, Science and Research, to deliver a welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished, esteemed speakers, honored faculty, dear participants, and my beloved students. It is indeed a matter of great pride and privilege to welcome you all to the two-day international conference on AI for sustainable economic growth, driving green innovation, workforce skilling, digital trade, transformation, and governance, being hosted at KPR College of Arts, Science and Research. This landmark event, organized in collaboration with two esteemed institutions, Sri Ram College of Commerce, Delhi, and Churchill Institute of Higher Education, Australia, stands a significant milestone in a pursuit of knowledge sharing, academic excellence, and global partnership. Together, we bring with this diverse perspectives, academic rigor, and innovative insights that will enrich a collective understanding of how artificial intelligence can drive sustainable economic growth. This conference provides a dynamic platform to explore how artificial intelligence can be harnessed to accelerate green innovation, strengthen workforce skilling, enable seamless digital trade, and foster economic transformation rooted in sound governance principles. I take this moment to extend my heartfelt welcome to our Secretary, Ms. Gayatri Ananthakrishnan, whose constant guidance, encouragement, and leadership continue to inspire us in every academic and institutional endeavor. We are truly honored by your presence at this international conference, ma'am. At the outset, it is my privilege to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to our distinguished patrons and the chief guests for the day. Professor Smith Grout, Principal, Sri Ram College of Commerce, University of Delhi. Associate Professor Brendan Boyle, Chair of the Governing Council, Churchill Institute of Higher Education, Australia. Your esteemed presence and support add immense value to this international conference, and we are truly honored to have you with us, sir. And I also extend my gratitude and heartfelt welcome to Mr. David and also to Dr. Tom, who have been traveling from globe, and they have been here for the conference in order to make it as a grand success. It's my great privilege to welcome conveners of this conference, Dr. Sapna Bansal, Director of Institutional Outreach and Inclusivity, SRCC, for her dedication and involvement towards conference, and Dr. K. Kumudadevi, Dean, School of Commerce, for her tired support here in order to make this conference a grand success. It's my pleasure to welcome the coordinator of this conference, Dr. A. Sridevi, Head of the Department of BCom Business Analytics, for her effort to collaborate with SRCC and Churchill Institute. And she's the person who has made this happen today, and she has brought two reputed institutes for this to this platform here today. So thank you for that. And now, with great pleasure, I extend my foremost welcome to all the panelists, chairpersons, and co-chairpersons of the various technical sessions whose guidance and expertise will enrich the discussions over the next 2 days. I'm equally delighted to welcome our distinguished delegates from across the globe whose participation makes this conference truly remarkable and impactful. A very warm welcome to Dr. K. Jyoti, Dean, School of IT Integrated Commerce, all the heads of the departments, faculty members, students, volunteers, technical team, administrative staff, non-teaching faculty, and the press and media, whose collective efforts and presence add strength to this event. With heartfelt gratitude, I once again extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you to this international conference. May these 2 days be filled with meaningful exchanges, insightful deliberations, and new collaborations. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that heartfelt welcome. Your words beautifully set the tone for today's gathering and have filled this hall with the spirit of positivity and enthusiasm. Appreciation can make a day, even change a life. Your willingness to put into words is all that is necessary. Leadership is not just about guiding an institution. It is about inspiring growth, fostering excellence, and creating a lasting impact. To honor this occasion with these words of encouragement, I now invite our esteemed Secretary of KPR Institution, Mrs. Gayatri Anandakrishna, to deliver the Felicitation Address.
Good morning to one and all present here. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Simrit Kaur, distinguished keynote speaker, Associate Professor Brendan Boyle, our dearest principal, Dr. Geeta ma'am, esteemed leaders, guests on and off the stage, my colleagues and dear students. It is with great joy and deep gratitude that I stand before you here today on behalf of KPR College of Arts, Science and Research, and also our chairman, our visionary, Dr. K.P. Ramasamy sir. This international conference is a moment of immense pride for us, not just because of the theme, which is very relevant to today, the theme which is AI for sustainable growth and economic growth, but also because it represents the spirit of collaboration across continents and institutions. We are honored to host this event in partnership with Sri Ram College of Commerce, University of Delhi, which is one of India's most respected academic institutions and a dream college. We keep hearing about it very often from our chairman, sir, Dr. Geeta and I, as to what our role model should be when we look up to an institution, and Sri Ram College is right up there, and it is something that we aspire to, emulate and become soon. And to have you here with us, guiding us and associating and collaborating with us is a moment of immense pride for us, ma'am. Thank you so much. And of course, having the dignitaries from Churchill Institute of Higher Education, Australia, is also a very, very proud moment for us. It brings a global perspective to our event, and we are so glad to have you all here with us. Thank you so much. I also want to take this moment to thank Dr. Sapna, whose support has been immense, and without you, ma'am, maybe it would have been very difficult for us, so thank you so very much. And I also want to welcome Mr. David Knight and Dr. Thomas from Churchill Institute of Higher Education. And I think I would be very amiss if I do not mention our special thanks to our very own Dr. Kumuda ma'am, our Dean of Commerce, and Dr. Jyoti ma'am. It's amazing what KPR CAS has achieved in such a short amount of time, and it is only because of the amazing team that we have here under the able leadership of Dr. Geeta. So thank you very much to the team here, and I don't think it's an easy feat what you guys have achieved, so we're very, very happy about that. Your commitment ensures that our students gain not just knowledge, but also the confidence to engage with global ideas and challenges. And thank you so much for providing this opportunity for not just our students, but for also all the participants of this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. At KPR CAS, we believe in creating platforms where knowledge, innovation, and purpose come together. This conference is one such milestone, bringing together voices from academia, industry, governance, and many other platforms to shape a future where AI is not just a tool for efficiency, but a driver of sustainability, equality, and growth. On behalf of KPR CAS, once again, I extend a very warm welcome to all our collaborators and guests for being here with us, and also to all the students who are here with us. Thank you so much, and I invite you all to share and grow today as we hear the words of all such eminent speakers that are here with us. May this conference spark new ideas, meaningful partnerships, and renewed commitment to using knowledge for greater good. Thank you.
Thank Thank you, ma'am, for your heartfelt felicitation address. Your words of encouragement and recognition add immense value to the gathering and inspire us to continue for striving excellence. Thank you, ma'am.
A warm and gracious morning to all. It's a privilege to welcome Dr. Sapna Bansal, a permanent faculty member in the Department of Commerce at the Sri Ram College of Commerce, University of Delhi, with over 20 years of teaching experience. She holds a doctorate in Dr. Ambedkar University and honorary DLit from the University of Central America. Dr. Bansal secured top ranks in her MBA, MCom and BBA from Seth Padamchand Institute. She is also the author of acclaimed textbooks like Entrepreneurship and Venture Planning, Project Management and Project Work, and Sustainability Marketing. These are widely used by students and educators across India and abroad. We are truly honored to have you with us today, ma'am, and look forward to benefiting from your valuable insights.
Thank you very much. Vanakkam. Imagine a world where factories run on clean energy, guided by AI to save resources and protect our planet. Imagine a farmer in a small village using AI-powered soil and water sensor to save every drop of water and grow more food. Imagine global trade that is transparent and fair, powered by AI and blockchain, removing delays and inefficiency. Now imagine the same world being inclusive, where technology is not just for few, but for all. Where growth is not only fast, but also green. This is not just AI, this is AI for sustainable economic growth. Namaste and heartfelt welcome to each of you. Respected dignitaries, distinguished speaker, researcher, industry leaders, and delegates from across the world. It is a privilege to welcome you to this international conference on AI for sustainable economic growth, a collaborative effort by Sri Ram College of Commerce, University of Delhi, KPR College of Arts, Science and Research, Coimbatore, and Churchill Institute of Higher Education, Australia. It gives me immense pride and purpose to address you today, not only as the convener of this landmark event, but as a strong believer in the transformative power of knowledge, collaboration, and vision. Conference like this is not just about the discussion, they are about action. They remind us on ancient truth, Vasudev Kutumbakam. The word is one family. And in this family, we share not just knowledge, but also responsibility. Today, I represent Sri Ram College of Commerce, SRCC, a legacy institution established in 1926 by Sir Sri Ram, a visionary industrialist and educationist committed to academic excellence. SRCC is more than a college. It's 100 years of legacy. It's a movement, a promise to nation with global vision, deep value, and heart for diversity. SRCC is where the future begins. This international conference on AI for sustainable economic growth is not just an academic gathering here. It is a response to a global need. Too often, AI seen only as a tool for efficiency, faster result, bigger profit, larger data. But real progress is not about speed or scale. Real progress is all about responsibility. There is a certain question that we need to answer. Will AI help us fight climate change? Will AI reskill our people instead of replacing them? Will it make system more fair, transparent, and trustworthy? Without ethic, AI intelligence is danger. With ethics, AI become a wisdom. So Collaboration become our greatest currency. Today, our real investment must be in shared value, not just shared the data. I call upon each of you, to the researcher, don't just publish the paper, build purpose. To policy maker, regulate but also inspire. To entrepreneurs, create not just profit but progress. To the youth, this is the revolution. Make it sustainable, inclusive, and human. There is a 5 pillar on this conference that we are going to cover. Green innovation, workforce skilling and transformative, digital trade and finance, policy and governance, and the most important, ethical implementation of AI. These pillars were not chosen at a random. They are drawn from the global pain point and priorities, particularly relevant to the country like India and our partner in the global south. Whether you are a researcher, a policy maker, or an entrepreneur, a student, this conference is designed to benefit you in multiple ways. Researcher and academician gain access to interdisciplinary dialogues, publicity opportunity, and international visibility. For industry expert, you can connect with fresh idea, case study, academic collaborators, and co-create the real-world solution. For policymaker and administration, will find practical framework to guide AI-driven government and public service delivery. What makes this conference so special? There is our 10 tracks: sustainable finance, governance, digital trade, ethics, and innovation. We have collected a huge positive response, 421 abstract submission from the brilliant mind and bold thinkers. And total number of 931 people have, as the author participates, keynote speaker, panelists, and thought leader who are shaping global agenda. Opportunity for real collaboration, impactful researcher, and future forward. You can see the screen that huge data we have collected, and even in the morning also people was requesting, please kindly consider my paper. So you can see the conference volume. We have received paper presentation from Australia, Malaysia, Nepal, Canada, Dubai, Nigeria, Oman, and yes, of course, none other, India. 147 universities participated in this conference, so it's a proud privilege for all of us. And the best part, we have received the best wishes from the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Shri R.N. Ravi. Please change the slide. R.N. Ravi, the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Mrs. Sudha Murthy, Chairperson, Infosys Foundation, also sent the best wishes for this conference. Nirmala Sitharamanji, Honorable Minister of Finance and Governance, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Honorable Minister of Education, Shri Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Minister of Road and Transport, Shri Bhupendra Yadav, Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And we have collected more than 17 best wishes from all the ambassadors, diplomats from different countries for this conference. So collaboration is a currency of progress, and today our investment must not be only in the data and research, but in the shared value. I deeply thank to our KPR team, Churchill Australia team, and our academic committee, our student collaboration, and most importantly, our participants, without whom this initiative would not be complete. So credit goes to you as well. I invite you to explore, to engage, to challenge, and to contribute as we shape a future not as only for the smarter, but sustainable, inclusive, and wise. This conference is shaped where knowledge meets action, where theory meets application, and where innovation meets ethics. This conference is not about AI can do it, but about what it must do for the people, planet, and process. That is very important. So thank you for being here. And yes, thank you for believing that the knowledge must lead to the kindness, that innovation must always serve inclusion. Let this the movement. We do not just shape the technology, but shape the future. So Nandakari, Dhanyavad, and thank you very much. So join us in this conference. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for laying out the vision for this conference.
It is now time to hear from a distinguished academician whose contribution to higher education and governance are well recognized worldwide. All right, everyone, let's get some energy in the hall because our next guest is someone truly inspiring. Associate Professor Brendan Boyle comes to us all the way from the University of Newcastle, where he is a leading academic personality in international management and also heads the Health Service Research and Innovation Center. He's got a PhD from the University of Sydney, has taught across Australia and Ireland, and his research covers everything from the transnational education to knowledge sharing to health services. But here's the best part. He's not just about research. He's a nationally recognized educator who has received top awards for his innovative and cross-cultural teaching style. And today, he is representing the Churchill Institute of Higher Education as its chair of the Governing Council, building connections that go way beyond borders. So, we warmly welcome you to address the gathering.
Good morning, that worked. Thank you so much for that warm introduction. I'd like to pay my absolute respects to the Secretary, the Principal, our VIP convener partners, all the VIPs that are here, industry partners, and of course the students that are in the room. You are a very important part of this because you are the minds of the future. You are the people that we're going to have to influence to create this sustainable world that the last speaker spoke about. I prepared a presentation because I'm an academic, I need PowerPoints to talk, and it's about sustainable higher education. And the proposition here is that higher education isn't just about learning, it's also about business, and it's also about creating societies that are sustainable. And I will give you the perspective from the country that I come from, Australia. The sustainable higher education is more than just education, it's also a major business. So I'd like to take a specific angle on how AI might impact us. The first thing I want to ask you about sustainable higher education is that we understand the value proposition. So sustainable education for students is an education where you get something that's going to make you a better citizen in society, that's going to get you a job, that's going to get you a future, and obviously that's important. 1, 2. I guess I don't need this, so I'm going to go stand out of here, okay? It's more comfortable because I'm amongst friends, right? So sustainable AI, some people are scared of artificial intelligence. One of the groups that are scared of artificial intelligence are universities. That doesn't make sense, but it's very true. The reason why they're scared is because we want to convince students to come and learn from us. If everything we teach you can be taught to you by ChatGPT, you don't need universities. So we have to think as universities, what can we do to make sure our products and our offering is sustainable to you students? The second part is sustainability for what graduates and the workforce learn. We have to make sure that the people that leave our education institutes and go to industry, thank you, are clever people. In education, we call this assurance of learning. So this second point here, can we sustainably utilize AI while developing graduates that help industry to prosper? The last speaker You said a very important thing. You said, let's make it inclusive and human. And that's very important. If we don't make it human, we won't capitalize on this. It'll just make us a little bit less clever, right? So we have to make it human. So this is the business part. There are 40 public universities in Australia. There are many private higher education providers like Churchill Institute. We have a very high standard to be allowed to give a degree in Australia. It's called the Australian Quality Framework. So we work very hard to make sure students who come to visit us from overseas or Australian students get the best possible education. And why is this important for those institutions? The first thing is that this is a very big business. If you look at the numbers here, 4.1 million international students have come to Australia to learn. We want to make sure those students continue to come to university and that AI doesn't replace the value that we offer to those students. If you are an international student in this room, I am one too. I came from Ireland to Australia to study. So I want to make sure if I go to a university, I get value for what I'm investing in. This is how much it's worth, $51.5 billion to the Australian economy. So if universities don't understand what they can give students beyond artificial intelligence, then why would you invest in a university? The good news is that there's still a value in this. Again, if you look at these numbers, education is the biggest service export of Australia and one of the biggest exports, period. So if we don't understand how to use AI to help students be more efficient, but also still learn, why would you come to Australia or why would you come to any education institute to learn? So the first thing I have to think about as a person who works in education is that is AI and the learning you can get from AI sustainable with the business of education? This is what international students think about Australia. They think it's a good place to learn. They think that their overall experience is very good. They think their peer interaction is very good. What if AI was to change that? Would students still come to Australia? Would I still have a job? I want to convince students to come to Australia for a good education. And in countries like India, we want to convince students to come to universities to get something more than what AI can produce. And I promise you that the human part is going to be more important now than it was in the past. This is the bad news for universities, is that some students don't trust AI. So research in the US shows us that students are a little bit suspicious. They're afraid that AI is going to move them away from doing their own work, and they're afraid that their peers will also not do their own work. So we've got to listen very carefully to you, the students, to use AI in a sustainable way. So this conference is about sustainable AI, so we've got to use it in a sustainable way. There's a weird sound here, so that's probably better. I think this is better. Whoa. It's all good. So we need to use this in a sustainable way for you, the students. If you don't learn more at university than what you can learn through AI, what's the point in coming? Students are nervous. This means that we as education institutions need to teach people the guidelines for using AI, how to use it ethically, how to use it so it doesn't become a danger, which the last speaker spoke about. And that's a very important proposition. This shouldn't be a change that is bad for human and society. It should be a change that makes us more clever, not less clever. We can't outsource our thinking to the technology. AI is going to replace 300 million jobs around the world. This sounds scary, but it doesn't have to be. 60% of the jobs that people work in today did not exist 80 years ago. So that's okay, we actually have more employment now. So the future is good if we use AI properly. Why might we be nervous about this AI making things more efficient? Let me give you the example of the country that we're in. The #1 country in the world for business process outsourcing is India, because you are more efficient and more talented at doing that than anybody else. It represents 6% of the Indian economy. AI can replace some of those jobs. So 4 million people in India could lose jobs because of AI. But that's okay, because they're going to get new jobs because of AI, because we're going to use it cleverly. I think the Secretary talked about the fact that we're a global group. Who is the person on the left-hand side of the screen? The person on the left-hand side, the picture I have here, is an ancient Greek philosopher named Socrates. Socrates was one of the founding philosophers on education. And he said a very important thing. He said, I cannot teach you anything. I can only teach you how to think. He said that 2,000 years ago. It's relevant today as well. The technology will gather the information for you. The technology will analyze the information for you. It will synthesize the information, but you still need to think. Universities need to help people to move with the AI, but think beyond it. The point here about AI being ubiquitous, everywhere, we've got to embrace it. It is the future. It can do wonderful things. But we need to understand its limitations. We need to understand where it's biased, and we need to understand where it's not inclusive. We've got to make sure that AI gives everybody the opportunity to progress. The reference point here is from our regulator in Australia in the education space, and it talks about learning beyond the AI. The future workforce needs the ability to use AI tools. That's skill development, but you also need to know how to apply that skill, and that's knowledge development. We had a meeting before I came here in a lovely boardroom, and we talked about the fact that this institute values entrepreneurship. I was very, very happy to hear that, because entrepreneurs are the people who create ideas to take the technology and apply it to things to help the climate, help their fellow man, and also to create wealth. We cannot allow AI to replace our thinking. It can help, very much so. It can develop a capacity amongst the workforce that we could never have dreamed of. But the people in this room, the students, you are the people that will learn to apply it in ways that I can't understand. And that's how you will change society, by being the thinkers as opposed to the actors of intelligence. We cannot teach people to only act. We have to teach people to think and reflect. And that's kind of what this conference is all about. The use of AI must not reduce our engagement in deep critical thinking. Critical thinking is something that universities want to develop in all their graduates. This institution, the same way. We want you to think for yourselves beyond the technology. The technology takes away some of that, because we become less inclined to analyze and debate the information that's presented to us. Don't let that happen. There are many ways of defining critical thinking. One very easy way is to think about it as judgment in context. And a perfect example of that today is this room, the multicultural group we have here. AI doesn't understand that. This context of friendship, the celebration, the warm welcome we got, AI doesn't understand that. You need to judge it in context. How can we use it? Is it appropriate for this situation? Could AI have created the welcome we got here today? No, it could not. Last year, Amazon saved about $250 million using AI to update software. It is powerful. We know that. We want to use it. But we've got to make sure it's inclusive and it's human. So that's the key. We don't forget the humans. And remember, technology has always advanced. Maybe not like this, but it's always advanced, guided by us, the humans, who know how to use it. AI must become a partner in learning, not a replacement for thinking. And I especially ask the students to remember that. Your minds, your cognition helps you judge things differently to technology. So information is not knowledge. The information is very, very powerful. AI will help us to analyze, synthesize, gather information. The people who write the software and the code, they will help AI become more clever. So there will be jobs for those people as well. The application of AI will be from the good ideas of the people in this room, the delegates who discussed this, the entrepreneurs and the students. But I want you to remember that knowledge is a fluid mix of skills and experience, and it's all about the application and the creative use of AI. This conference is going to give us lots of amazing examples of how AI can make things more efficient. My request to you is to take that next step forward and say, how can my ideas change how we use AI and help us use it better for people, for students, and for our societies? So, the proposition for us, and this one area that I'm very interested, obviously working in education, was the emphasis on fostering innovation, empowering people for the workforce with future-ready skills. Yes, you will need to be digitally literate. The World Economic Forum lists skills that they will need from students and graduates over the next 10 years. And yes, digital literacy and AI is one of the important skills. So too is resilience, networking, emotional intelligence. All that human skill is going to be partnered with AI to change the world. The AI is not clever enough to do it on its own, but you are. So with that note, I want you to spend these 2 days thinking, reflecting, and collaborating. And I thank you very, very much for your warm welcome today.
Thank you, sir, for your insight and sustainable development on higher education with the help of artificial intelligence.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vanakkam. Our chief guest is a very dominant person when economics is concerned. KPR CAS takes an immense pride in welcoming Asia's first woman principal of Asia's #1 commerce college, visiting professor at renowned international institutions, an extraordinary scholar whose papers were presented at various top international universities all across the globe, acted as an advisor to National Council of Applied Economic Research, also to Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Food and Organization of United Nations. Currently, Independent Director in Indraprastha Gas Limited and DCM Sriram Limited. Honorable Professor Simrit Kaur, Principal, Sriram College of Commerce. मैं पूरा दिल से सभी के तरफ से कहना चाहता हूँ, हमारा कॉलेज में आपका आगमन से बहुत की लोगों को जिंदगी बढ़ेंगे और उद्देश्य और लक्ष्य बड़ा होंगे। जैसे हम सब जीतेंगे, वैसे भारत भी जीतेंगे। हमारा देश का सबसे पहले वित्त मंत्री माननीय श्री षणमुगम जी का धरती कोयम्बतूर में आपको हार्दिक वणक्कम। माननीय प्रधानाचार्य श्रीमती सिमरत कौर, the stage and auditorium is all set to witness the history in making. Now I call upon माननीय प्रधानाचार्य श्रीमती सिमरत कौर जी to the dais. नंदरी वणक्कम, जय हिंद।
I think that's also fine. This is fine. Okay.
Thank you for the thunderous applause and the welcome. Thank you so much. He said one thing, dominant principle. In economics, dominance is to be regulated, competition is to be promoted. But nonetheless, everybody aspires for that monopoly power. So if SRCC commands that, it's because of the 100 years of legacy. So I take it and accept it humbly on behalf of all those who've made SRCC what it is today. Thank you so much, Madam Gayatri. I've been hearing so much about the KPR Institute in addition to the other aspects that your businesses are flourishing. And one such segment is the education aspect. And my total credit, I think I've been hearing from so much from Professor Geeta about it. You have a wonderful team. And Professor Brendan Boyle, coming from Australia, and the tripartite collaboration that we have gives me so much of happiness, and I'm totally pleased to be providing this keynote address to all my other faculty who's come from Sri Ram College of Commerce, from Australia, from India, from other parts of India. And of course, nothing is complete because the most important aspect in an educational institution is the student, the learner. And on this stage, I am also a learner, and I do look forward to learning a lot during the next 2 days. I was asked to give the keynote address. While I do have some key points, I don't have a note. So I thought, since it's all about AI, let that note be a virtual note. So I'm going to read out from that virtual note some of the points, the key points that are there. My storyline, and I think we all enjoy listening to stories, and I will develop it as if it's a storyline, connecting 5 points and progressing from one to the other. Most importantly, we'll begin by what is Industry 4 and where does artificial intelligence fit into this entire stream, which is promoting competition and immense productivity enhancements. After that, we'll discuss at the micro level some of the organizations which have reaped economies of scale, cut down on cost, have improved their productivities, revenue generations, profitability, and how they are surviving. And post that, my third point would be, it's not just profitability and revenues which are coming across from AI use, but equally it is having a very significant impact on sustainable development. And if there are sustainable benefits emerging, the fourth dot would be primarily discussing some of the challenges that are there associated with AI and how they need to be addressed, whether at the institutional level or regulatory frameworks. And finally, I liked what Professor Boyle said, which would be the fifth point: being human is something which AI cannot take away from you, and how it ultimately remains important for us to have certain skills which will ensure that this world does not lose out on humanity. If we discuss the Industry 4 aspect, we had initially the steam engine, followed by electricity, and then computers. The 3 industrial revolutions were largely because of them, and then came this Industry 4 revolution, which is actually an exponential usage of computerization. But the 4 distinctive features are: the variety with which you are going to get the data is huge. The volume at which you are going to get data is phenomenally very high. And the velocity at which this data is coming is also extremely exponential. And because of these 3 V's, the 4th V is added, which is the value that emerges out of it. Now, every time we talk about artificial intelligence, whether it is a generative artificial intelligence or a non-generative. Non-generative would be whatever we've been talking till now, the data that you feed and you kind of get certain responses, etc. Your algorithms are there. Your optimization skills are there, your recommendations, but they are largely based upon the data that has been given. Until now, we were generally concentrating on this kind of non-generative AI. But today and very recently, we are now talking about the generative AI, where the AI can generate on its own. So all that you have to say is all about ChatGPT, I want this, and it will give you a poem. You want a poem on sustainable development and AI, you can just put it right now, your ChatGPT will come out with some poem. You say my poem should start with only alphabet C's or B's and A's, you will get that also. It's generating its own, images are being read out, PowerPoints, minutes are being generated, and with this generative AI comes the advantages which are associated, and if we have a look from the past, up to 1700 AD, the growth rate, global growth rate was close to 0.1% per annum. It was negligible. Real wages and living standards practically were stagnating for hundreds of years, centuries together. Till such time that the Industrial Revolution, especially the electricity came in, and we saw immense growth in productivity, and global GDPs were growing. But because at that time population was also rising, we did not see much increase in standard of living. But today's productivity enhancements which have come because of computerization and particularly AI, it is not associated with population explosion, and therefore most of the growth is also resulting in overall standard of living. But the question which would be a part of the challenges would be how equally it is distributed and how much has this innovation disseminated to the others. But nonetheless, what remains important is we are aware that we are doing commendably well when it comes to the growth numbers. Now, some of the firms, some of the organizations and institutions which have harnessed a lot of potential in their growth because of adopting to this new technology, I take 3 examples, each giving relevance of one particular aspect. For example, when I will be starting off with Walmart as an example, the objective is to familiarize with you how using AI and immense amount of big data analytics through their algorithms, they were able to increase their revenues and profits. And they realized that on the days when any particular tornado or a hurricane is predicted, sales of 2 particular aspects, beer and Pop-Tarts, that suddenly goes up. So what Walmart started doing, whenever there is a hurricane prediction, at the entry and the exit level, they would keep a lot of beer as well as the strawberry Pop-Tarts, which were very famous, and people would economize on the time, and the sales of these Walmarts would go up because they had ample stock at the behind. So if this was Walmart's way of dealing with it, I've come up with another aspect, and the example I take now is that of Target, primarily to tell you how you can actually predict that this gentleman or a lady is going to buy a product 5 months from now, and 5 months later, because you don't want the person to go to another alternate competitor, you start giving a discount coupon today so that you have been able to get a potential customer today, all because of predicting behavior of a potential buy that is expected. And what Target did was, one fine day, they sent a coupon to a pregnant lady that if you buy these products from us, you will get a 30% discount. And the coupon is by name. And the items are meant for a particular trimester of pregnancy. Now, the father who receives that particular coupon in his house the daughter was staying with the father. He was very unhappy and he went to the Target's manager and said, "My daughter is unmarried, how can you give a by name coupon, that too for a pregnancy item? She's still school going." So the manager obviously was very uncomfortable and he was profusely apologizing to the father that it's a mistake that we have done. And after 14 days, the manager calls back the father as a good policy of retaining a consumer. Hope things are at control in your house, and we remain very apologetic about it. And that is the time the father says, "No, apologies are actually due from my side because my daughter is actually pregnant." So next day in the newspapers, New York Times, it said, how could Target is the name of the retail store, how could Target have such a precise targeting that even before the girl has disclosed her pregnancy to her own parents, the company selling pregnancy items is aware of what the girl is going through. And she was an unmarried girl, so that was the time questions came up about privacy of the data. So each time we swipe our card, so much is going into the database. What we have purchased, what is the frequency of our purchase. So much so that on certain days when I have an early morning appointment, my phone tells me, ma'am, would you like to change the alarm time for your phone? Because it has read from my calendar that tomorrow's appointment is outside of my regular pattern. So while it is promoting efficiencies, at the same time it is creating a challenge of privacy which we all need to address. And the third example which I would like to share is about Ola and Uber, the cab aggregator industry. Many of us are using these taxis, cab aggregators to travel. How they have utilized algorithms. Today, Ola and Uber globally are able to generate a revenue much more than the erstwhile brick and mortar General Motors. All because of the data. The owners of Ola and Uber neither own the drivers nor they own the cabs. Yet the revenues which they are getting because of the commission is so huge. So there is a potential and no harm, we all should innovate. But the question comes, when the algorithms become personalized and the pricing mechanisms become personalized to you and me, male or female, caste, creed also being accounted for. We do not know what is going in that algorithm. And that algorithm is what is known as a black box. Unless that is transparent, we do not know what the formula is. But why would they make it transparent? Because that is where the patent is. That is what on which the firm is making its revenues. So somebody has to still keep a control and check. One of the projects which Shriram College of Commerce did on the cab aggregator was trying to understand whether surge pricing is good and whether there is algorithmic collusion. What if algorithms malfunction? And importantly, we understood, and one of the recommendations also we gave was surge pricing is not necessarily bad because it's reflecting dynamic pricing. Today, aeroplanes are doing it, the government is doing it. So if the cab aggregator industry is also matching demand and supply, using dynamic pricing, there's nothing much to worry about it. But the state transport authorities, because did not want to face too much of volatility in the surge pricing, nonetheless preferred that the cap on pricing should be at 2.5x, x being the base fare. Now this result and study that we did for them, we realized that the base price is what is at the base, and then you have a surge on it. And the cab aggregator industry's base fare was changing over time. So morning, if the base fare is different, afternoon base fare is different, what does a surge on a fluid base means? It is meaningless because you could manipulate your surge multipliers saying it is 1.5 because at that time you have increased the base fare. So transparency is important, and to this extent, institutions and governance mechanisms need to be changed. So while this is good, companies are addressing competition, in too much of productivity increases are coming in. At the same time, it's not just for profit or revenue generation that all this is happening. There is immense potential of AI use even when we are talking about sustainable development goals. Not taking much time on the third point, which is sustainable development goals over the two-day period, you will be listening much more to it. But for example, if we talk about zero hunger, we have to improve food security. AI helps us. How much of water is to go in a particular soil? Exactly what should be the components, what should be the price at the mandi, all this information is readily available to you. Therefore, we are anticipating that productivity per hectare, per acre, whatever the yardstick may be, of food grains is going to go up. And with rising populations or even with constant populations, food productivity going up is obviously good. Not only is it going to ensure food secure nations, especially in developing countries like South Asia or let us say, Latin America, because these are countries where there is still immense population below the poverty line. But at the same time, we are also going to ensure that once there is more food, the supply of food is going to shift to the right, and the price levels, which is food inflation, is also going to come down, which is a very important macroeconomic parameter. So if AI can generate more growth, it also has the potential to bring down the prices for all those aspects where productivity enhancements are going to go up. Whether we speak about education, sir, I think Professor Boyle gave such a wonderful presentation on how AI can be used in education and the advantages that we are going to reap. Similarly, in health, health is something where sustainability, it is one of the most important applications of AI. Even when the child is born, you can predict the probability of getting a particular disease at a later point in time, just because of the big data analytics. So not only are you predicting the disease, but if you start proactively working when the child is born, maybe that stage never comes when you actually get that illness. So if the health of the public improves, what better way? Because well-being is not just about your money, it is equally about your health and a conducive mindset. AI is improving mindset or not, I'm not touching that aspect, but along with health, mental stability is equally important. But nonetheless, these are areas where we are sure that artificial intelligence, whether non-generative or generative, is going to improve both economic growth as well as sustainability of the economic growth. The third aspect which comes into it is inclusiveness. Is it going to be inclusive? Obviously, the owners of capital are the ones who reap the benefits, and the labor always gets settled with the wages, which do not rise at the same rate as profits do. This is a simple economic concept. So redistribution is going to be much more in demand with AI, because we are anticipating people with the skills to use AI, or the owners of AI, would end up reaping a greater part of the economic benefits, which is an economic rent. But the better part is most of the targeting, which is for your redistribution, is going to get more effective with AI. Today in India, if you see the public distribution system, because of artificial intelligence use, you actually know the truck movement from the Food Corporation of India. In fact, even from the farms to Food Corporation of India, and from there to different states, and from the states to that particular fair price distribution shop. So when we, sitting on our computer, are able to monitor logistic expansion improvement, is automatically going to be coming alongside this kind of adoption of artificial intelligence. So assuming redistribution becomes more effective, we are anticipating a more inclusive over time. But there are challenges nonetheless. In economics, we say if on the one hand this is possible, on the other this is there. And so is the case with AI. It is never going to be a black and white system where either everything is good or everything is bad. Because trade-offs are going to be there. Economics is all about opportunity costs. And we have to ensure that we try to maximize the benefits and minimize the costs that are attached with it. But to assume that you are going to negate those costs totally is something which is a utopian philosophy. It's not going to happen. So mitigating your probabilities of anticipated shocks and risks in terms of creating a more resilient firm or an environment is what we need to work upon. The fourth aspect, which I said I will try to connect, is the challenges that are expected to come out of it. The first challenge is more at a micro level. The winner takes all. Today, the entire phenomena of who's going to be the AI leader is largely between America and China. Other countries are trying to have AI development, but primarily these two nations are at the forefront. And what happens with artificial intelligence is a classic case of economics natural monopoly, where your per unit cost keeps on going down when you produce more and more. Your average cost curve is continuously falling. What is there in AI that inherently monopolies are going to be there? The simple reason is AI is based upon data. More data you feed in, greater the precision and predictability of the outcome. And who's going to have more data? The one who started initially. And once more people enter that platform to get the data, that data comes back into the same cycle, generating a monopoly loop. And therefore, the cost per click on Google is times more. The producers pay much more to advertise on Google, even though the cost per click on Google is much more vis-a-vis Bling. Because the probability of a conversion and predictability on Google is times more. So if natural monopolies are going to be there, feedback loops are going to be generated, it means there has to be a regulatory authority which is not going to let the dominant firm exploit consumers. In economics, again, we study about consumer surplus. We have to reduce the exploitation which the producer can do by extracting a greater part from the consumers. Do we have enough of those institutions is a question that we are working on. Similarly, another which is more at a macro level is an aspect related to automation versus augmentation. Is AI automating a particular activity? If it is doing so, it is substituting labor, and demand for labor will come. But if the AI, non-generative or generative, is augmenting, that means it is a complementary to the labor. So anything which complements labor, we should not shy away from it. But if it is automation, then it is a clear signal that we need to reskill ourselves. With the same skill sets, we will not remain, we will become extinct. There was a time with great pride we would say, I have 35 years of experience in teaching. Now I shy away because I know that the 35-year-old is probably much better equipped to handle AI than a person who is now a 55 or 60 with 35 years of experience, because experience is losing its value. It's giving place to AI, which in a minute is going to come and give you so much more information. So what emerges is, it's a disruption that is there. We all have to accept it. But the sooner we adapt to it, the better it is. Because otherwise, as we said, the distribution of income and wealth will always be with either the ones who are owning the technology of AI or the ones who are able to use that particular technology. I come to another challenge which would be again at a macro level. It is related to climate. Do you know each time we put in a question to chat GPT, it uses 10 times more energy than the same question put in the search engine of Google. 10 times more energy. And every time energy is being consumed, carbon emissions are going up, carbon footprints are going up, which means we are contributing to global warming. Most of the big machines which are there in Ireland, because you have to keep those machines at a particular temperature where data is being mined with a huge variety and velocity, sometimes structured, but often totally unstructured. And yet AI can read and understand even the unstructured data. So we must ensure that this AI is not leading to further degradation of the climate change favorable impacts. Now again, there's a trade-off. If on one side AI is going to improve productivity, in a simple production function approach, it means you will be able to produce the same amount of output with less inputs, or using the same inputs, you will be able to produce more output. And if we are able to do that, there will be carbon emissions which we are curtailing because productivity is going up. So if on one hand AI is promoting productivity and reducing carbon emissions, at the same time in itself, it is very capital intensive and virtual capital. It's not even the machines that we are seeing, it's a virtual data based. So today data is the new fuel. What the fuel used to be for the 70s, today data is to the 2020s. And to today say what is the predictability rate, probably none of us can do it, because even the best papers from MIT, Harvard, and best universities are unable to gauge the pace of innovation which AI is expected to bring along. And going forward, the fifth point, if I try to connect, it's primarily related to in a world where things are going to be more robotic. Human relations are going to suffer, and the only thing which will be distinctive to you is your heart, and heart is being human. So in this entire process, no matter how much of the technology you are adopting or adapting or diffusing or disseminating, one thing is for sure, do not lose your humanness. So being human will be your distinctive feature in a world where artificial intelligence is going to be ruling. And an environment where technology is becoming supreme, we have to ensure that technology is governed by us, and we should not be governed by technology. And I will conclude by finally giving an example which we often give in management schools, is about Professor Deshpande's case study, which was on the Taj terror attack. A few years ago, if you remember, there was a terror attack. Not a single employee of Taj left the premises, even though they knew all the back doors and exits. Many of them gave up their lives simply because for them duty was foremost, and inherently something was embedded in their culture which did not allow the escapist route. And in the case study, some of the beautiful traits which Tata's HR takes while hiring a person, I only request and urge each one of you to read that case study and understand it's not always your academic score which is fetching you a job. There is a lot more which is related to your character. And therefore, in this world of AI, there is so much that we still have to retain what we already have while simultaneously imbibing on those aspects which are beyond our control. Thank you so much once again for giving this opportunity, KPR. Thank you, Dr. Sapna, for assisting Shriram College of Commerce in this collaboration. And thank you so much, Professor Boyle. We are collaborating for the first time, but to each of the partner institutions, I hope that we only strengthen our ties over time. Thank you to all of you. Thank you.
We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Simrit Kaur for her insightful address on how AI helps in sustainability apart from business and profitability, and for highlighting the challenges faced in various avenues of commerce and economics. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your knowledge and leaving us with meaningful takeaways.
We now move to significant moment of the gathering, the release of International Conference Dossier. This dossier is not merely a document, it is a collective reflection of ideas, efforts, and dedication that have gone into making this conference a reality. It captures the vision, the hard work, and commitment of everyone involved in this journey. At this moment, we also acknowledge the tireless efforts of Professor Sunita Sharma, who has worked day and night with utmost dedication to make this dossier possible. Her commitment and perseverance are deeply appreciated, and contribution remains the heart of the achievement. May this dossier serve not only as a guide, but as the reminder of our sharp mind and sharp mission that spirit of collaboration defines this conference. Now, I invite the dignitaries on the dais for the release of dossier.
you, esteemed dignitaries, for unveiling the International Conference Dossier. This special release marks not just a milestone in today's gathering, but also a tribute to the collective dedication, vision, and teamwork behind this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for one of the most awaited segments of this conference, the panel discussion on Industry and Business Perspective on AI. Artificial intelligence is no longer just a futuristic concept. It is here, shaping how industries operate, how businesses make decisions, and how societies evolve. From manufacturing to services, AI has disrupted traditional models and opened doors to innovation, efficiency, and new opportunities. Today's discussion will help us understand not only the possibilities but also the challenges that come with integrating AI in business. For this, we are honored to have with us our esteemed panel of leaders, thinkers, and practitioners who bring with them years of expertise and unique perspectives. It is a privilege to introduce our distinguished panelists, Mr. Sendil Kumar Nagarajan, Associate Director, LTI, Mindtree; Mr. Saravanan Balakrishnan, Chief of Staff at Covai.co; Dr. Kumar Rajamani, Associate Director, Data Science Department, Crop and Technologies; Mr. Saurabh Kumar, Climate Tech Advisor and Advisor UI Sustainability Program; Mr. Arun, Founder iRoboChakra, Coimbatore; Mr. Navat Narayanan, Vice President, Bosch Global; and Mr. Rohit Joshi, CEO of Delta 4 Intech. I request all the panelists to come to the dais. Mr. Sendil Kumar Nagarajan, Associate Director, LTI Mindtree; let's put a round of applause for them. Mr. Saravanan Balakrishnan, Chief of Staff at Covai.co; Dr. Kumar Rajamani, Associate Director, Data Science Department, Crop and Technologies; Mr. Saurabh Kumar, Climate Tech Investor and Advisor EU Sustainability Program; Mr. Arun, Founder iRoboChakra, Coimbatore; Mr. Navat Narayanan, Vice President, Bosch Global; Mr. Rohit Joshi, CEO of Delta 4 Infotech; Mr. Saurabh Kumar, Climate Tech Investor and Advisor, EU Sustainability Program; Mr. David S. Knight, CEO, Churchill Institute of Higher Education, Australia. Dr. Thompson Denning, Assistant Dean, Churchill Institute of Higher Education, Australia. Dr. Seema Gupta, Professor, Department of Commerce, Deshbandhu College, University of Delhi. Dr. B.K. Pandey, Adjunct Professor, ANIFM, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Dr. Parul Saxena, Associate Professor, Sharda School of Business, Sharda University. Dr. Jaya Balla, Associate Professor, AJNIFM, Ministry of Finance, Government of India.
We request the dignitaries to take the off dais. Thank you.
It is our privilege to introduce our distinguished panelists.
To kick off our panel, we couldn't have asked for a more perfect start. Picture a leader who has conquered more than 100 half marathons, 4 full marathons with the same relentless drive that he applies to revolutionizing legacy systems for Fortune 500 giants. Meet Mr. Sendil Kumar Nagarajan, a true visionary who proves that innovation isn't only about transforming technology, it's also about transforming ourselves. With over 2 decades of experience steering digital transformation at Wipro, Cognizant, and now as Associate Director at LTI Mindtree, he combines technical expertise with the grit of an athlete who defies limits. Armed with an MTech in data science and machine learning from BITS Pilani, Mr. Nagarajan's journey is a powerful testament leadership that not only drives change, but also inspires peak performance in every facet of life. We are truly honored to welcome him as one of our esteemed panelists today.
Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Sendil Kumar Nagarajan. Moving to our second panelist, a distinguished leader who has walked the halls of global finance, built successful startups, and now leads one of the fastest growing SaaS companies in the world. He is none other than Mr. Salavaran Balakrishnan, Chief of Staff at Covai.co, whose tools are trusted by Fortune 1000 companies worldwide. Mr. Saravanan began his career at Goldman Sachs and has since led various impactful ventures. Holding a master's in cognitive science from IIT Gandhinagar with enriching research experience at Japan, he brings together expertise in behavioral economics, finance, and AI-driven decision-making to shape the sustainable businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our second panelist, Mr. Saravanan Balakrishnan.
From the microscopic chambers of the human heart to the vast expanses of agricultural fields, Dr. Kumar Rajamani sees patterns where others see complexity. In a Swiss research lab, he decoded the language of medical images. In Germany's tech corridors, he redefined the algorithms that could peer into the invisible. Today, from his position at Kroppen Technologies, he's teaching machines to understand the heartbeat of our planet's food systems. 9 patents, multiple continents, and countless breakthroughs. This is what happens when a PhD in biomedical engineering becomes a bridge between human health and planetary wellness. I take immense pleasure in welcoming our esteemed speaker, Dr. Kumar Rajamani.
An alumni is not defined by the years spent in college, but the values carried forward and the impact made beyond the campus. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome one such personality, Mr. Saurabh Kumar, the alumni of Sri Ram College of Commerce. He has a global experience spanning 5 continents and had led investments in climate and impact tech startups worldwide. Additionally, Mr. Saurabh actively advises on sustainable mobility and impact-focused funds driven by a belief that AI and climate tech will be essential in building a more sustainable future. Please join me in extending a warm welcome of applause as we welcome the student's role model.
Good morning, everyone. It's my absolute pleasure and honor to introduce our next panelist, a visionary leader, a passionate educator, and a true pioneer in the field of robotics and innovation. It's none other than Mr. Arun Rajiv. Mr. Arun Rajiv is the founder and managing director of iRoboChakra, a pioneering robotics academy that built with a powerful idea of robotics with responsibility. Under his leadership, iRoboChakra has grown into a nationally recognized institution. The academy was honored as a registered space tutor of ISRO in 2022. As an engineering graduate, behind his career as a product design engineer at LMW Coimbatore. Currently, Mr. Arun is pursuing postgraduate studies in artificial intelligence at Caltech, USA, which shows his passion towards innovation and technology. He stands as a role model for aspiring engineers, educators, and entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Arun Rajiv. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to introduce a visionary leader shaping the future of mobility and technology. Mr. Navid Narayan is the Vice President of Mobility Solutions at Bosch Global Software Technologies, where he also heads the Coimbatore R&D Center and serves on the company's global leadership team. With deep expertise in cybersecurity, software-defined vehicles, and emerging technologies, he champions the emerging hub model, a powerful driver of India's economic growth. Having lived and worked in Japan and Germany, his global perspective enriches his leadership, while his credentials as a certified leadership coach reflect his passion for empowering people. Beyond his professional achievements, he is an avid reader and a strong believer in advancing India's role in global technology leadership. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Navid Narayan.
In today's fast-paced digital era, you don't want me to tell you, artificial intelligence is not just the future, it's the present. From transforming industries to revolutionizing the way we work, communicate, and solve problems, AI is at the heart of innovation and progress across the globe. While AI is busy transforming our world, the man here is transforming the world of AI. It is my immense pleasure to introduce Mr. Rohit Joshi, the visionary co-founder of YourGPT, a cutting-edge no-code AI platform that empowers businesses worldwide to build powerful, intelligent AI assistants in just 2 minutes. Yes, you heard me right, in just 2 minutes without any technical expertise. Driven by the bold vision from India for the world, Mr. Rohit Joshi is committed to democratizing AI technology, inspiring the next generation of entrepreneurs, and proving that innovative startups from India can lead global change. Please join me in giving a warm and enthusiastic welcome to Mr. Rohit Joshi.
We request the panelists to start the panel discussion.
Warm good afternoon, everyone. So I think it's afternoon. So just wanted to quickly start with some of the questions that I had this morning. So could we have a show of hands? So how many of you think AI will replace most of the jobs in the next 1 year? Can we see a show of hands? Okay. So now I'll put the question differently. So how many of you think AI will create more jobs? Got it. So I think the answer to both the questions are almost similar. So both the groups are almost right. So which is what we're going to discuss in this panel discussion. So I would like to start with my panel member, Mr. Sendil. So Sendil, could you tell us how AI is sort of disrupting the current workforce and how we do the way we do things?
Thank you, Saran. So, the question itself has the answer, right? So whether AI is going to, take away the jobs from us, or is it going to create more opportunity to us? It's a two-way to look into it. So one perspective is, yeah, definitely the redundant jobs where you need more time to market, where you need to do a lot of repeated works, kind of regression activities, where there is no automation, no innovation. Definitely, those kind of jobs is going to go out because of AI. And second part of it is, yeah, is it going to create an opportunity? Definitely. AI-enabled persons, AI-skilled people definitely will be getting more and more opportunities in all the industries, right? So I'm not talking about IT industry alone, cutting across all the industry, either it is an automobile industry or a mobile or any industry, AI is going to play a pivotal role, creating more and more opportunities. Those who are able to use the AI tools, even those existing workforce, not the new generation like you people, the existing workforce also, who are never use the AI tools or not upskill themselves. If they are able to upskill themselves in AI, definitely opportunities are abundance, as a lot of speakers before us spoke about those things, but both sides of it.
So would you like to add to that?
Well, I think, of course, it's a two-way thing that we all are discussing, but I think we have to take a step back and think about it, that how, let's say about 200 years ago, when people used to use manpower for farming, how people used to be afraid that if machine comes, the manpower will be gone, because of course you won't need manpower for agriculture, but trucks, tractors, and a lot of equipments are already here, right? So I'll just keep joking with a friend of mine. I keep saying that people never needed gym before, and because they went to farmland, they worked out a lot and everything. But now, you go to gym so that you keep your body healthy. Later down the line, when you stop using your mind because of AI, because as we all know, it's a cognitive decline, Will we require a mind gym? So it's an interesting thing that you should think about, that will we require a mind gym in future? So again, coming back, will this replace our jobs? Definitely it will, but at the same time, the type of job will change, and we will need to adapt. As always, we have adapted. And I believe that for humanity, this is one of the biggest things. We as human beings are resilient, so we will find out new ways to work and find purpose in new ways, basically.
Hello. Yeah, it's a wonderful point, what Mr. Saurav was telling. So maybe, usage of mind is getting less with the usage of AI. But I would like to say that definitely it's not between the humans or the machine. It's not going to be the humans versus AI. It's going to be the humans who knows AI and the humans who are not ready to learn about AI. That's how the job market or the career forward is going to be. As youngsters, you should also be aware that it's a tool. AI, you can't be like against it. It's a tool which you all have to learn, and it is going to be, it's going to be amplifying the thought process. It's going to be amplifying the thought process because you have a certain way of doing things. When with the help of AI, it's going to amplify it faster. It's going to be make things faster, and that is how the way forward is going to be, right? So each and everybody, instead of having that resistance, we should apply, we should learn, and we should use that tool for the empowerment. That's what I would like to add now.
I think conversation like this today, right, where you try to come into that context, that's important because you can always think of a change as someone who is seeing from outside, as a spectator, or you can decide to play the game, which means you have to get into the field and start learning the game, start learning the moves. And that's something important for anything for that matter, any change for that matter. And then the second thing which I want you to think of is that why do we need technology in this world? What's it for? The technology is for us, for humans. If you do not have, it's not for machines. Machines do not need those technologies, right? They don't look for, salaries. They don't look for promotions. They don't have any of those needs. But humans do have, right? So when you look at a technology that you have in your hand, because you are the guys who are going to use the technology, shape the technology, and bring it for the next generation, you need to ask this question: why do we need this technology? What do we use it for? What best can I use it for advancing humanity? And if you are able to bring that context, I think then the technology is always going to be beneficial. It's an ally. It's going to help us to thrive.
Hello. Yeah. So, we talked about AI gonna change, AI gonna, create new jobs. I am more interested to talk what are those jobs will be. And you as a student, or maybe the industry leaders, or any other, what are the areas you can focus? One of the areas that I am very passionate about in AI, after the generative AI, is the agentic AI. And I think this holds a big scope. Before I continue, I just want to ask, how many of you are from the engineering background? Any of you? No? Okay, another question. How many of you have ever created a website or a mobile app? No? Okay, just few hands. Okay, but I would like to, in this panel discussion as well as on my speech, I'm gonna share like what are the, AI tools and all you can use to create a website and app. This is going to be as easy as you are chatting with ChatGPT. Okay, my talk is going to be, mixed with different tools that you can learn as a student and later on maybe experiment with as well. So just to tell you, my question was related to how many of you have created websites. So I just want to add, there are so many platforms like Lovable, Cursor, and many other that you can use to build any website or app. This is just not, a technical thing that engineering student only can do. Now with all vibe coding and all, you can also build a website and create more software. So in future, this is going to be a job for everyone, not for just the software engineer to create a website. As early you start, it will be more a hand-on-hand for you to just do it seamlessly. And there are many things in the later talk I'll be covering, like what are the areas that you can focus to gain all those skills. That's all.
So the other interesting aspect about the workforce is with the influx of more Gen Z and Alpha generation into the workforce. So now there is a complete paradigm shift happening with more Gen Z and Alpha generation people coming in. So just wanted to start with so new generation can prepare for the evolving workforce, and what are the challenges the leaders in this particular panel face while engaging with the new blood that's coming into the workforce.
So one of the things which we see from the view from technology point of view, I've been in this industry for last 25 plus years. I've also started a journey in technology space like most of you will do in the next years. Getting into experiencing, learning, getting help from from the seniors, mentors. These are the typical ways in which you learn. You learn by making mistakes. You experiment, and it, of course, it takes its. There is a kind of trajectory which you have to go through to become an expert. All that, and that's something which is changing. Two things. What is really standing out? One is that you have now really technology and tools, especially like we talked about. In the past, it was chatbots. Now we have agentic AI, which is in fact doing a lot of things which is required for a youngster to learn. Which means, of course, you need those basic steps, to climb up, right? And this is simply not there as in the industry anymore. It's going to be taken away, right? So that's something which is you already see that there is already a big barrier you need to cross. The second element is that the technology has also now being democratized. So in the past, it used to be a very domain specific. You come to an industry like ours, like automotive, you need to understand the context domain to a large extent to even to start doing something, right? And this part, of course, to a large extent now getting democratized. So which means you don't really have that entry barrier. You, like Rohit mentioned, in the past, you needed to spend time to learn the tools, technology, languages, scripts to make a web page, which is not required anymore. You just need to figure out, tell the content, what you need to have on the page. The rest of the things is taken care of. So the building blocks, which in the past you need to master, these building blocks are simply available. You just need to integrate that, right? So which means it's democratized. Which also means that you are getting an equally level playing field as probably as an expert. If you are told what to do, then it is much easier for you to do. The requirement would be to figure out, define what to do that part of it. That is where the expertise is required. So what you see from the point of view of entry level in the industry perspective, we see that some people see it as a challenge. And some people use it as an opportunity. So it's again a question of how do you get prepared to use these new tools, new technology? How do you change your approach that defines whether you can thrive or you find it as a challenge in the industry.
Thank you. So I'll just take it in a different perspective. So I'll not take that as a challenge, okay, for the next set of workforce. Probably I'll put it in this way. It's a mix of, upskilled workforce and combination of AI, right? So for example, Gen Z, which we are hiring for as a market insider, when we are hiring Gen Z people or Gen Alpha people, when they came into our teams or to our companies, right? Already they are aware of so many technologies. When we educated or when we studied our engineering, we are not that much exposed to the technologies. And all of the current generation people are very well exposed to the latest technologies. They know what to do. They know what not to do. They are very clear and particular about what is the latest one and how and where they can use Gen A and how they can express, how they can, upskill themselves. That is one part of it. And I'm thinking in the other way around, right? So if they fully depend and rely on Gen A, right, as all the chief guest speakers spoke, they'll lose the critical thinking and logical thinking part of it, right? So for everything, even for a small query, they'll just go to the chat GPT. Or they'll just, ask the AI, Gen A, and they'll get the answers, okay? The logical thinking and creative thinking will be coming down in that aspect. So the people who will be successful in the industry will be the combination of their thought process as well as usage of the technologies or Gen A, right? Those people will success and grow faster or up in the ladders, right? So those who are relying highly on the Gen A will lose the context of critical thinking or logical thinking. Those who are not applying Gen A will also not climb up the ladder. So I'll just put my perspective. It's a combination, right? You definitely need to have the Gen A and all the things, but you need to know where to use, where not to use. Not for everything we should use Gen A. That's my perspective.
Would you like to add something to it, sir?
Yeah, I just want to add, like we discussed, generative AI. So being like, not from the coming from the non-engineering background, it might be, technology, the AI sounds very different to you, but I just want to add on this thing that more you play with the AI and the tools right there, you guys will be able to produce more or equal output as an engineering person doing right now. So that's my add-on.
I'll take a very small take on this. I feel like, because I heard that most of the students here are third-year students. People sitting on the back, people sleeping, you are third-year students, right? So, first and second? Yeah, so what I think is that you have started your studies after AI has actually become mainstream. So I think you are more prepared than we were, actually. So I think that we are more afraid than you guys are, really. I've talked to a lot of Gen Zs, actually, and I've realized that they're not afraid that AI will take their jobs because they are getting upskilled accordingly. So one suggestion, if I can give, is that don't get really busy in the noise of AI, but rather always think about the problem that you're solving. AI is a technology. It has enabled a lot of things. But if you stick to the problem that you can actually solve with the use of AI, then I think you won't be outskilled, but you will be upskilled.
Well, my take on the Gen Z part, Mr. Saravanan, but I would like to agree with what Naveed sir had told. So, of course, hiring and when we have Gen Z in the team, especially with the help of AI or when they know about AI, it's more on the surface level. They understand that, okay, everything is available and there is a plus as well as a minus to it. The plus is that you can actually tell them, okay, these are the things which is required, and they kind of can adopt to it faster. The negative side is that they feel that they are aware of the thing, like they already know about it. So I can tell you with an example, like we have students, we are into the education part. Aerobi Chakra is a training institute where we have school and college students. So especially those 13, 14-year-old students, after AI has come, they create models, they create the science. But I often get calls from parents. They say that my kid has done the complete model. He's done a surveillance camera robot car. Only he's just stuck with few things. Can your team help him? Because he's done the entire thing. I said, okay, where is he stuck? Can you bring the child or bring the project? No. You just have to tell him the code alone, then it will start working. I said, then the model and all, model he's seen on YouTube, the code is somewhere, it is not working, so he doesn't understand. So the problem is that the foundation part, they are not willing to learn, especially the parents or as well as the youngsters or the so-called 14, 15-year-old. They don't want to go in that, understand the foundation part, then build on it. Rather, the easy way, they go into ChatGPT, they get the code, but they don't know how to apply it, or they don't know whether the connections are right? So the same fact is what we face when we hire a person. I mean, the positive part is that we can immediately tell him, and if he is ready to be coachable, it is easy for us to coach, easy for us to train him, because these AI tools are there, so you could learn through it. But the other side is that he himself feels that, okay, on a surface level, I know everything, so telling me more will only irritate me, right? So this is my take. Absolutely no this to anybody else. So I would like to continue with it.
So what do you think is stopping them from learning the foundation?
It's the patience level or the persistence level that they do. That is what I see is getting reduced fast, because their focus is not. I mean, we are all getting reduced with the focus level. So especially with that age group, the focus level we need to improve, or they need to understand that somewhere or the other, the foundation, if it is strong, only then the building can stand. So that part is what I feel needs to be implemented or needs to be learned by these youngsters.
Do you second that, Saurabh?
I mean, definitely, but at the same time, foundation has also changed over time. What is foundation? What was foundation for us, I guess, isn't the foundation for you. So of course, you don't have to make the wheel again and again, right? You have to just understand how to put that in the car and let the car rolling. So yes, foundation, you have to take care of the foundation, but at the same time, you should also understand what foundation exactly for you is. And I guess that Rohit has been saying that a lot of time, that even if you're not coming from engineering background, let's say, you can still code. So if you don't know the foundation of coding, but still you can code. So I mean, foundation has changed if you really want to just build a website. But if you really want to go deeper into AI, then I guess that foundation will be different for you.
So we can see a lot of people already getting sleepy in the last row. So to make it more interesting, so we will now open up for questions. So you can ask us any tough questions that you have on how we think about the AI and the business evolution bit.
Don't worry, we don't give you the CV points.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity, panelists. So I have multiple questions to be asked. So my name is Aishwarya. I'm a research scholar. I'm just like crawling into research right now. So I'm just taking baby steps. And I come from a non-engineering background. So this AI, agentic AI, Gen AI, and all those things were very, very new. The terms were really new to me. Like, I came across these terms only like 3-4 years back. So before that, I was working. So I didn't know about all these AI, Gen AI. Thanks to my husband who's working in the IT field, because I get to sit with him throughout his meetings. So that's how I learned all these terms. And slowly, I started understanding how all these things work. So when all of us discussed, the dignitaries, panelists, everybody discussed, we were made to understand that the generative AI has also the negative side. That is, like, it is disrupting creativity, cognitive thinking skills and all those things. So it is creativity versus AI, cognitive thinking versus AI. Now, as Sir spoke about agentic AI, so I understood that agentic AI also has that minimal human intervention when it comes to planning, setting up goals and like executing it. So how do you think, or what is your perception on agentic AI? So will it be human versus AI human in the upcoming year? So how do you think it will work that way?
Well, I would like to take this question, and what my thoughts are with all these systems like agentic AI and all other AI. What I think is that you can produce more than what was never before. So with all these tools and all I mentioned before, is something very helpful for all of us, whether we are from the engineering background or not. So same thing, it's not about agent versus human, it's about like using very powerful technology for the benefit of humanity. And always when it comes to the technology, there are always two sides. One is the bad and the good. More people, because focused on working towards making it good, definitely you will see different guardrails, and all systems are built to make sure that it is giving always something valuable to you as a human than being your competitor. But just to tell you that like it is something that anyone can use to produce more than what it was ever before. So my point of view about this technology is very positive, and I'm very optimistic about this as well.
Aishwarya, to answer you, okay, so agentic AI is the latest one, okay, as all the speakers speak out, right? AI, static AI, and then generative AI. Next level of AI is the agentic AI. We are creating agents, basically, or developing agents. Whatever the queries you guys are asking, or whoever asking, the agent behind the scene will, do the analytics and give you the results in a very quick span of time. So that is all about agentic AI. And as all said, right, we don't want to panic or, just, press the panic button, okay. So AI is part and parcel of our day-to-day life. From here, next 10 years, AI will be like our electricity. Definitely, each and everywhere it's coming, not in one industry. It's penetrating across all the industry. If you look at my kid is studying 9th standard. She is using Copilot to create a story. Story writing is the homework they are given, but she is using my lab Copilot and creating the stories especially. So we can't stop that. It's coming. Okay. The only thing is, as all suggested, where to use, where not to use. That is where, as a human, we have to, be very careful and cautious. Also, everywhere you need to have a human touch, right? AI cannot replace human, for sure. For any world, anywhere, AI cannot replace. Only thing which we can do is, we can collaborate with AI. We should not see that AI is a replacement, AI will eat our jobs, or AI will, take all our, that's not the right understanding, okay? All we can think of is how to collaborate, how to make use of the AI. Definitely, lot of benefits to the planet AI is going to bring down, okay? So many things are going to happen next 10 years, okay? It's inevitable, you can't stop it. So rather than getting panic mode, try and learn that, Aishwarya. So that's it. Okay, that's as simple as it is. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I have another question also. So there are a lot of like in this era, in this generation, the youngsters, the teens, and like you said, Gen Z and Gen Alpha. So there are a chunk of graduates and individuals who are stuck in between these two generations. So they are struggling to understand from where to start, like because like all these AI and Gen AI and agentic AI like flourished in the recent years. So there were graduates or youngsters who were like working before it. So they don't know from where to start, because me being a non-engineering graduate who is stepping into research, I really find it difficult to, collaborate this AI into my non-engineering stream. So if you can help us, from where to start, or like how to start, or how to link. Say, for example, I come from a business background. My family is completely rooted into textiles. Textiles as in like the retail sector. So I am into marketing right now. So trying to understand how I can, give something back to the society. But when it comes to AI, I literally struggle to, collaborate AI and marketing, because I'm not aware about like how AI is functioning. I only know what is AI, what does it do, or how it can be, worked upon. But when I have to use it, it becomes a struggle for me. So how can I go about it?
Well, interesting question. The first or the foremost thing is that remove that block from your head, that I will not understand AI. I'm not from technical background. Those things you'll have to remove. And it's just English. You just have to, or take up a basic course. There are many free online courses. Take up a basic course. That is where you start. And understand how to write a prompt. How to ask the AI, how to ask ChatGPT to start with. There are multiple AI tools. Just take up a basic course on how to prompt. And depending on what is your niche, what is your requirement, you just ask it to start giving you. It's plain English. That is why it's penetrating so fast. That is why we all want to explore that. That is why I said it is amplifying your thoughts. So that's where you start, as simple as that.
Thanks so much.
Hi, good afternoon, respected judges and everyone over here. So we had a discussion of how basically, as Mr. Senthil said, and even the panel had a discussion of how AI is basically a boon for all of us if we are keeping up with it in a right way. But I sort of slightly bring a very different perspective to this, that according to me, AI was basically, the AI intervention was made in order to assist us, and not that we were supposed to keep up with it. So under this guise, since AI and automation are predominantly focusing on upskilling the skilled workforce, so what about the large unskilled middle class in India? So we're focusing a lot on how this is basically breaking through the major industries. It's making work easier for the industries, the organized sector moreover. So how do you believe that it's going to tend to the large unskilled middle class in India, with a significant portion of the population still in low-skilled jobs? So how should management address such a growing gap and the inequality in talent development? Thank you.
The question is about how the middle class of India will actually tackle this AI upscaling.
Yeah, I think one element which previously touched upon is that it is accessible now. It's not just in English. You can also use your own local language, to interact with AI. So the democratization has really happened there. The technology is now accessible to a lot of people. That is one, right? The second element is that it's a tool, a technology that is helpful to solve problems. Now, in the past, if you have coming from a rural background, it is not really in the spotlight of big corporations, right? Technologies are typically created for people who have affinity for technology, but not really solving the real problem, which probably not in the industry of business. Now, what has happened in this last few years is that when you give this easy, usable tool to people who have real problems, you are in fact spurring innovation. Yeah, so especially if you look at in the rural part of India, wherever government has been able to bring technology, there are programs like adult tinkering labs. I don't know how many of you are aware of this. This was a program initiated by Niti Aayog to bring really rural schools equipped with state-of-the-art technology, right? Wherein you get to use robotic kits, you get to use IoT kits. So these are things which have really transformed rural schools, especially rural schools. We can see even in robotic competitions, international robotic competitions, students from rural Tamil Nadu competing, government schools. It's never happened in the past. So what I'm saying is that technology has the power to give really powerful tools in the hands of people. And if you are able to use that, then you can in fact solve social problems much faster.
Just a follow-up question, a quick question. So, sir, do you believe that, like, so I'm a college student, I'm in my second year. So do you think so this incorporation of AI has to start from a very grassroots level rather than us when we come to college and we are getting to know, okay, fine, everything has to be performed on Excel suddenly and it's no longer notebooks. So do you think so it has to somewhat start from a very grassroots level, probably schooling, not just a rural case that you just mentioned about Tamil Nadu, or probably across the whole country? And do you think so it's happening on a gradual scale or not?
See, I would say youngsters. I have a daughter who is just 13 years old. She already uses, ChatGPT as a learning companion. So for youngsters, I would say young students, you don't really need to teach them. You don't need to introduce them. They will learn how to live with that, how to use that. The problem is with people like us, right, who are already quite old, who are already well set, not very flexible. But I would say for youngster students, you just need to introduce them to this world. Make it accessible. I think the rest will be taken care of.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time.
One last question to wind up.
Very good evening to good afternoon to one and all present here. I have to tell you something that I am just opposite to this. That is AI. I am working as an intern in an artificial company where it has been refined with human intelligence. Where I would like to ask, what would be the major state of influence upon human intelligence through AI, like artificial intelligence. So the brain activity of the people and the creativity state of each and every people who is tending upon right sitting here will be actually tending upon a low potential manner when artificial intelligence is going to be the major role where it is going to perform in the future. So when it is going to be the matter of deal, when AI is going to be the Jambavan in the future, what will be the state of human intelligence in the future?
It's a very, vague question, but, to answer you, right, so I keep telling that, right? So AI is not, it's grown on its own. So all our intelligence, like us, humans' intelligence have been fed into the system and it is responding to us, okay? So many brains are working behind the AI, LLMs and other things, and a lot of response are coming out of it, okay? And second part of it is, in future, definitely it's going to rule. There is no second thought on it. But, it's not like, we should, get ourselves degraded because AI is going to rule. It's all man-made intelligence, okay? Certain emotions, it can't replace where human alone can have, right? So that's what I keep repeating in all my conversation. There should be a human touch needed, right? When and where it requires. Human intervention is required when you use even, AI or, any agentic AI, whatever it is. And at the same time, you can't, go against the development, innovation, because it's growing exponentially faster than what we predict, what we think, okay? It's growth is, exponentially faster than what we assume or what we think, okay? So we have to, live with AI in future. That's what I conclude. It's not like we are against AI, we are for AI. It's there, it's coming in all the forms, in all the ways, it's going to come. From here another 10 years, it will be like everywhere, it will be there, penetrated in every industry. As she asked, there is no, usage in rural area, everywhere, wherever you have a smartphone, wherever you are having a Wi-Fi connection, definitely it is going to come, okay? Sooner or later, it will come.
Yeah, I think that concludes the panel discussion. So feel free to reach out to us offline if you have any questions. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. So just a vote of thanks before you leave. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to our panelists for sharing their insights on the role of AI in sustainable growth. As discussed, AI is here to assist, not replace us, and the combination of AI with technical and soft skills will be crucial for navigating the future. I was reminded of a conversation I had with Mr. Balakrishnan earlier about automation in fintech, where he emphasized the massive investments in AI and its transformative potential. The rapid pace of change, especially among Gen Z, highlights this need for us to embrace technology while maintaining our human adaptability. Thank you once again to everyone involved for an engaging and thought-provoking session. Let's continue to explore how we can harness AI for a better and a more sustainable future. Thank you. It is my privilege to introduce an eminent leader shaping the future of mobility and technology. Our distinguished panelist, Mr. Naved Narayan, serves as the Vice President of Mobility Solutions at Bosch Global Software Technologies, where he also heads the Coimbatore R&D Center and is a member of the company's global leadership team. With profound expertise in cybersecurity, software-defined vehicles, and emerging technologies, Mr. Naved Narayan has been a driving force behind the emerging hub model, a transformative initiative contributing to India's economic growth. Having lived and worked in Japan and Germany, he brings a truly global perspective to his leadership, complemented by his credentials as a certified leadership coach, reflecting his passion for nurturing talent and empowering people. Beyond his professional achievements, he is an avid reader and a strong advocate for advancing India's role in global technology and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed panelist, Mr. Naved Narayan.
Thank you. Very happy to be here when Dr. Sapna and SRC's team reached out. And especially on a topic which is at a crowd which is not at engineering crowd. So I was initially a little hesitant whether it makes sense to really talk to someone in a context which is probably not familiar. But talking to youngsters is always an interesting experience for me. In fact, I miss those days when I was like you, sitting in the crowd, really talking about, worrying about how the world is going to shape up when we come out of the academia. And that's a feeling which I can also feel that when we talk about technologies like AI. So today, of course, I will try to connect to something which you will understand. I don't want to bring a lot of examples from the engineering field. So when we talk about the world we are in, I think we cannot, discount the disruption that we see around, right? So we talk about disruptions in the form of geopolitics. Geopolitics is something that is now, disconnects us, but at the same time, it's also connecting us a lot more stronger than before. The way we are looking at each other, the way we want to, on one side, lead as a global, company, global citizen, but at the same time taking care of what is important for each one of us. Geopolitics will continue to shape the way we see technology progress, the way we see, employment, the way we see opportunities that is available for each one of us. So we will have to really understand this part. Now, in the scale of, I think, since most of you are from Tamil Nadu and I also India, in the way we see geopolitics, it is currently coming to our advantage. We see opportunities for us to really use the space available and shape that, using that opportunity that is available. So to me, geopolitics will continue to play an important role especially for all of you who will come into the industry and workforce in the next years. The second is demographics. Even though we talk about AI taking away a lot of jobs, if you look at the macro scenario, the world is in fact getting a lot more older. We cannot discount for that fact that we are everywhere, almost everywhere in the world, that we are below the replacement level of fertility rate, that is 2.1. We make fewer children, right? It's also true in India. We have come below the 2.1 level, I think, a couple of years back. Now, do we need less people in the world, less workforce in the world? No. We will need a lot more people to, in fact, kind of manage the opportunities, the needs of human beings. So in that context, if you look at that, we say that next 25 years, 25% of global incremental workforce will come from India, because we still have a very large base. And this is something which is an opportunity which is available for all of you. There will be demand for a lot more jobs, continue to be in the future. The third element we talk about is really, the disruption is really climate. We are living in a world where we see disruptions that is really happening, whether it is human created or driven because of technology, misuse of technology. We see significant disruptions that is happening around. This touches our lives, everyday life, independent of whether you are a student or a CEO, you are impacted by the climate changes. And here again, climate changes really bring to the connect to one of the topics we are discussing today, sustainability. So which means when you are talking about technology for the future, you cannot discount climate change. On the contrary, you can use this as an opportunity to create solutions, which makes our lives easier. So this is another opportunity, which is, though we call it a disruption, it is another opportunity. Third is technology. Now, I will talk about technology a little bit in the further slides, but technology is something that we have seen that in the history of human existence, it's always been changes in technology, and this is something which you cannot really avoid. So that brings me to a picture which some of you might understand. This is a picture which represents the industry that I represent, that is the automotive technology, right? And what I want you to, I don't want you to read all those texts here, but I just want you to look at how technology really evolves. There's a picture which shows when technology comes into industry, it often comes as something disruptive, which is not understood, which is seen as complex, and over a period of time, it becomes something which is stable. So there is always this cycle of technology coming into any industry for that matter, goes through the life cycle of evolution, and then it becomes really manageable. This is a life cycle which you need to really, independent of whichever industry you are in, you will have this, right? Third, another element which I want you to see, how many of you have seen this curve? Anyone of you can tell me what it is? It's a hype cycle, right? So this is a cycle which we talk about. Any technology for that matter has also this evolutionary phase. When a technology is introduced, this is the innovation, that is the trigger of innovation. That's the first phase. Then there is a lot of hype created. Now we have seen that for Gen AI in the last few years, or last few months, that it reaches the peak of disillusionment when you, in fact, expect a lot more from the technology than it can actually deliver, right? And from there, it goes to the valley. That is where the reality really strikes, where you really understand what it can do, what it cannot do, what it should be used for, where it should not be used for. And then from there, it moves to the phase of stability, where it actually delivering you value. You understand how to use technology, how to integrate that, how to make use of solving problems for humanity or for whichever industry you are in. So that is it's a life cycle for any, we call it hype cycle, but this is true for any technology. You can see that a technology element being in different part of this curve. So this is something you need to understand when you are really, really in front of at a new technology that is coming on your face. What do I do with? How do I understand this technology? What is it going to do? And what kind of evolution can I expect? Right? And if you know that, you can in fact make use of it as an entrepreneur, even in the academics, you will be able to see how I best use of a technology. Now, when we talk about technology, I think it's important. We also talked about what kind of technologies have you seen in human. This is a picture of all the technologies that has disrupted. We call it general purpose technology, right? General purpose technologies are the ones who kind of come in and impact a large part of your experience, human experience. And all those technologies elements, I wouldn't read all that here, but I hope you can see it. All those technology, right? Starting here from, oops. Sorry, I think that was a long slide. All these technology elements, starting from printing press to, now we talk about artificial intelligence now. All those have really impacted the nature of job. It has created new jobs, no question about it, but it has also removed a lot of jobs that was really not required anymore, right? And that's going to be also the conversation that you will have in the next days, that artificial intelligence will have a similar impact in the way we look at jobs, the way we look at industries, independent of which industry we talk about. So it's going to shape. Now, when we talked about AI, I was also struggling a little bit harder to understand, to find examples which are not coming, which are outside engineering domain. This is a list of agents which are already used. So I also had a conversation with our finance folks who does that in our organization. And I understand most of this, agents that you have listed here, be it, in the transaction processing, reporting, treasury management, most of these are already available in different forms of maturity. So which means these are really, agentic AI that's going to really help to take away a lot of the manual jobs what is done by humans in the past. So which means these are the agents that, of course, in the phase of evolution, that's probably can do a little bit of work, cannot replace humans completely, but over a period of time, it can in fact take away the manual work, which is currently done by humans. Now you need to ask, is that really rightfully to be done by humans? Do we really, these are the kind of jobs, do we really want to do? Probably not. But obviously in all this, even where we are using those agents, there is always human in the loop. So it's not completely taken away humans. You are keeping human intelligence to the right place, right? So the work is done by agents which will kind of collect information for you, bring you data in the way you want, and then of course ask human to make the decision. So the job of human is still to evaluate whether the work which is done is right, which is in the right context, the assessment is right, or do you want to see a different way of evaluation? You can also ask the agents to go back and then give you another evaluation. So this is possible, like you do with a human worker. So this is something which we see is going to happen. Now, when you are, in fact, entering the workforce, these are the agents you will need to work with, right? So you will need to figure out what is your position. How will you work with those agents? What kind of capability that you need to build to be effective? So it's not a question of you avoid those agents, but it's a question of coexistence. Now, the last point, of course, we talk about how does it impact, the workforce, especially youngsters. Now, like I mentioned, AI has the potential to create more opportunities. Now, is this opportunities readily available right in front of you? It's not. Gone are the days where we have massive, hiring happens for entry-level jobs. It's not going to exist in that mode anymore, right? But at the same time, AI is going to give you a lot more level playing field as someone who can, for example, entrepreneurship, innovation is going to be a lot more easier. You have AI as an assistant for you. I have seen youngsters in our hackathons using AI tools to create innovative ideas using public domain information. You can get innovative ideas or thought processes created by AI. And then, of course, it can be used by humans, to apply it in that world. So AI is going to give you a lot more opportunities to create jobs. If you look at the world as an entrepreneur, as a massive opportunity for using your capability to start something, you have plenty of opportunities available. So you can, in fact, if you are a job seeker, it's going to be not as easy as in the past. But if you are looking at it as a job creator, AI is going to be your ally. So people who are into startup space, you have seen who can compete with an established company with technology that the support of AI. You can come up with very mature ideas using the help of AI. The same is available, like we talked about in the panel discussion, rural part of the world, rural India. It's only a matter of bringing technology to those people and then really solve real problems. So AI is going to disrupt. It is going to create a new context for all of us, not only for youngsters, but all of us. It's going to make the world a lot more interesting, challenging, but at the same time, it is also going to open up a lot of opportunities. If you are someone who is really inspired by the challenges that is coming on your way, this is the time for you. So good luck, and thank you for the opportunity.
கேடல் விழுச்செல்வம் கல்வியோருக்கு மாடல்ல மற்றையவை. With this profound vow to be stated in Tamil, I would like to thank Mr. Navid Narayanan for your grateful insight for the great minds over here. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the journey of learning continues as we welcome yet another distinguished voice to this forum. Our next keynote speaker brings with them not only academic excellence, but also rich practical insights that align perfectly with the spirit of this conference. It gives me great honor to invite Mr. Saurabh Kumar, climate tech investor, to deliver the keynote address. With experience of living, studying, and working across 5 continents, Saurabh Kumar, an alumnus of Shriram College of Commerce, has led investments in 40+ climate and impact tech startups globally. He pioneered the use of AI in impact investment valuation, improving decision-making efficiency. He currently advises European sustainable mobility programs, mentors immigrant founders in Norway, supports global ventures in fundraising and growth, and consults impact funds worldwide. Originally from a small village in Jharkhand, India, Saurabh firmly believes that the convergence of AI and climate tech will play a transformative role in shaping a more sustainable and equitable future. So as I request him to take the dais, kindly welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. And I'm the tough teacher, so just kidding. But yeah, I want to take your attention. Please, next 10 minutes is for you. The entire presentation is designed for you, and you will really, really get benefit out of it. I can promise you that. So I'm Saurabh. You can see my AI version and the real version. But how many of you can actually tell me, or how many of you know what this exactly is? Any show of hands? It's not an extension of rainbow from the last picture, by the way. Any show of hands? I'll come back to this. It looks like I need to actually elaborate on this one. So I'm originally from Jharkhand, in a literally very, very small village. So anyone has any question about if you're coming from a rural area, you might not be able to make an impact, AI would be problematic. It's not the case. I was born and brought up in a small village. When I'm saying small village, 1 car in the entire village, that small. Then I was one of the fortunate ones to get selected into Shriram College of Commerce. And then I moved to Norway to do my master's. Then I moved to Australia to do another master's, where I was reading about sustainability, green innovation, AI a lot. Then after that, I moved to US to do some entrepreneurship training. And then for last 5 years, I have been in the left, right, and center of green innovation and AI. And a lot of people say that AI actually came when we had ChatGPT phase. But that's not actually true. Our first contact with AI was actually when we started using social media. Imagine the billions of data that social media companies actually used to actually show us what they want to show us next. And I guess that we were not really happy about all the culture that we created with social media, right? Same is happening with AI. We are not really happy with all the culture that we are developing with AI. So that's why I always say it's important to build right and use right. There is a small clip I came across yesterday. It's a couple of days ago, this movie was released. Humans in the Loop. It's in Hindi, sorry, but there is an English subtitle to it. So it's a 40 seconds clip. I would like you to take a careful look at it. Looks like it's not working, but I can explain you. So basically, it's a conversation between two people. One person says that, have you labeled something called pest as pest?
Pest nahi hai, wo.
Okay, this is an interesting one, so I'll just take a step back and again play it.
आपने बुलाया? नेमा जी, आज अपने पेस्ट को क्या लेबल किया? पेस्ट ही किए हैं. इसको क्या किया? वो पेस्ट नहीं है मैडम. वो हानि नहीं पहुंचाता है. हम आपको प्रेजेंटेशन के वक्त ही बताना चाहते थे. वो पेस्ट नहीं है. वो पत्ता जरूर खाता है, पर पत्ते का सड़ा हुआ हिस्सा खाता है, ताकि बाकी का पौधा ठीक रहे. हानि नहीं पहुंचाता है. एआई बच्चे की तरह है मैडम. उसको गलत सिखाएंगे तो गलत सीख जाएगा.
ऐसा है नेमा जी, क्लाइंट ने अगर बोला है कि ये पेस्ट है तो ये पेस्ट है. आपका काम है लेवल करना, बस उतना ही करिए. अपना दिमाग मत घुमाइए. यही बच्चे की तरह है, फलाना है, ढिमकाना है. आपको सच में लगता है कि ये एक बच्चा है?
AI is like a child. It will learn what we feed it. And we need to remember this, because even though we might feel like AI is already there and we can't do anything about it, still it's in initial phase of its. A lot of, in panel discussion as well, and our principal ma'am also talked about this. Let's take a step back and think about it. The world is very, very complex. And it's getting more and more complex with time. With all the pandemic, global wars, macroeconomic issues, everything, world's complexity is going very, very high. But our ability to respond to it is not as high. Unfortunately, with artificial intelligence, this has become even more steeper. So I was trying to label it in a 2x2 matrix yesterday, and I saw that there are lots and lots of problems which are still old problems, and there are new problems which a lot of us has been talking about, which has come because of AI. So if you see, old problems are still to stay here. It's not that AI has come and the old problems have vanished, which actually has brought new problems with it. So I always feel, and this is what I was going to say in my panel as well, that with Gen Zs, a lot of people feel like the problems are already taken care of by AI, what we will do and everything. But if you actually keep yourself focused towards the old problems, which were already there, can be addressed by AI, can't be addressed by AI, who knows? We'll know with time. But if you stick to the problem, then you know that the you can actually close this gap. And it's that wisdom that is required to actually understand that how you can actually deal with current AI. As I told you about this slide earlier on, this is actually the change in temperature with time. You might see that how the curves have gone from, or the lines have gone from blue to red over time. A lot of people will be, of course, getting emotionally attached by different problems out there. I personally have been working in climate change for the last 5 years, and I think this is the biggest problem out there. And for that, of course, we don't need to get reminded time and again. We have seen the recent floods in Punjab, Himachal, California forest fires, Africa flood, nearby Wayanad landslides last year, or Australia bushfire that I actually experienced when I was there in Australia. Unfortunately, one young and wise man does not understand it or does not see it. It's unfortunate. But I say that big problems, like that's why I said old problems are here to stay. Big problems come with big opportunities. Climate change is a $1 trillion opportunity, and with a disruptive tech like AI, you can actually find an intersection. And like I say, you're about to go to find your next career move. If you actually find the intersection between this $1 trillion opportunity and the disruptive tech out there, you're in a sweet spot. And this is not only me saying, but also you can see the top two growing jobs that World Economic Forum actually says. So I won't really go deeper into how you can actually find an intersection between climate and AI, because of course our principal ma'am also said it earlier today, and you can also do ChatGPT for it. But I can say you that there are, of course, a lot of energy tech, for example, solar panels. If you can actually make them smart with the use of AI, you're actually solving climate crisis out there. So at last, what I can actually say is climate change is due to human errors. And if AI can actually help reduce those human errors, then the nature has the capabilities to heal itself. So all in all, in conclusion, AI is a tool that needs to be built right and used right to solve the biggest problems like climate change. And we need the best working mind like you guys. So here is a photo of me and my friend who are working with AI and climate tech in general. If you'd like to talk about your next steps, what you actually want to do, you can take a photo. This is QR code of my LinkedIn, and you can reach out to me. I'll make sure to make you involved in the amalgamation of AI and climate tech. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words as well as an engaging one where everybody's ears was on to you. Thank you.
I now request all the technical session participants to listen to us. The QR code for the venue will be displayed in the AV. We kindly request all of you to scan the QR code to know the venue for your particular technical sessions. If you don't find your venue, to address the queries, you can go to AF113. To address the queries, you can kindly go to AF113. I repeat again, I request all the technical session participants to scan the QR code in the screen and know the particular venue for your technical sessions. If you don't find your venue, you can go to AF113.
And MC back again. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. All the students and all the delegates who are here, thank you for your patience throughout the event, which has been happening from morning. And let's break out now for the lunch and be back by 2:30 PM for the technical sessions that are being forwarded. Thank you. The venue for the food is been food court, which has been arranged in the new canteen as well as the old canteen. Thank you. Students, please use the right side of your gate to move to the food court. I repeat again, students, please use right side of your door to move to the food court.
We request all the participants to occupy their seats. NCC, please kindly take care of this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request everyone kindly maintain in silence, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we return from the break, let us move into the next series of intellectual stimulating sessions. We now move on to our keynote address. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Mr. Saravanan Balakrishnan, Chief of Staff at Covey.co, to deliver his keynote. With his extensive experience in steering growth, strategy, and innovation in the technology space, Mr. Balakrishnan brings a unique perspective on how AI is shaping our future. Sir, we are honored to have you here today.
So warm good afternoon, everyone. So I hope everyone had a fat lunch. So I will try to not to make you asleep, keep it as short and crisp as possible. So now moving back, can I get a pointer, please? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So before we start, so I just want to have a show of hands. So how many of you have tried at least one Gen AI tool in the last 3 months? Can we see a show of hands? Okay. So how many of you tried ChatGPT? Okay, so almost all of you must have tried ChatGPT at some point in time. So when I was thinking about the title of my talk, so there is a common dilemma that whether AI will replace multiple jobs. So which made me to again like ponder over and think from first principles to arrive at how the future might roll out. So which is why I arrived at the title, whether it's man with machine or without, who will win the race, right? So now since most of you have said that you have at least tried one Gen AI tool over the last 3 months, so I just wanted to give you some bits about what's structurally changing. So in the last 5 years, so we have seen like companies operating in traditional org structure. So there is again a CEO's office followed by marketing, sales, operations, and even multiple other departments. So now, especially in the last 2 years, with the advent of more Gen AI tools being adopted by organizations across the globe, so personally, I see there is again a disruption happening in terms of how the org structure is even defined with the new age companies. So I'll largely get into the details. So if you look at the current org structure, like it's mainly human heavy, right? So if I ask my colleague Sendil, so he will say, today there are more than 500 people who do only QA. And if you go back all the way 10 years back, it's more human heavy, right? So the most notable ones are like the Indian ID services companies like TCS, Infosys, Wipro. They have heavy in large number of manpower. So now what we see the shift happening is with the SaaS tools that are coming in, so the salaried TAM is going to be replaced, right? So how many of you have done content writing in the past? Okay. So again, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think, so we see now the content writers are again not very prominent. So we can generate blog article using ChatGPT. So now where I see the shift going on is like companies now want to again like sort of optimize efficiency, right? So there are 2 ways to sort of look at it. Either add more manpower, which is not scalable, because globally what happened is like there has been a deceleration in growth rates across the ID software space. So now the efficiency has to come in by driving profitability, right? So by adding more people, the profitability cannot be sort of driven. So which leaves me to sort of like give a hypothetical scenario for you to like sort of think about. So in the older model, let's take Ravi. So Ravi is again a software engineer. So in the old model, what happens is like, so he tends to fix bugs, right, and writes code. So typically to ship a feature, it takes around 4 weeks to 8 weeks to ship a feature in production environment. So now with Gen AI tools like Cursor, Lovable, and even like Replete, almost 80% of the code is completely, boilerplate code is completely replaced. So as a result, there is a complete productivity ramp up that has again like come in terms of role. So where Ravi can now be a 10x engineer. So he is actually more than coding. So he actually governs a series of AI agents in terms of getting the workflows done, right? So the shift that we see at Core.co is again like two pathways. So where companies can either take two ways. One is they can cut down the cost and drive profitability. So which is what we have seen in multiple venture-backed startups. So startups, if they raise funds, like they have to grow fast. So now when they're unable to meet the growth rates, they have to like sort of cut people. So we have seen this happen over the last 18 months, especially from the period 24 to 25 first half. The other route is where companies have the existing workforce, but make them adopt Gen AI tools and operate like companies that are 3x or 4x their size, right? So that's where again like the real value again like sort of like going to come in. So in this case, so there was an interesting report by PwC where based on their analysis of how Fortune 2000 companies operate, there's going to be a 15.7 trillion that's going to be added only through AI and Gen AI tool adoption bit, right? And largely again, like in our view, like we see this shift is happening because most of these tools are again like sort of replacing the existing job roles and replacing that with the new roles again that are going to come in, right? So the old roles are completely getting disappeared in terms of content writers, be it again traditional way of recruiting, and even like the marketing bit. So where in the older way, the marketing manager will have to do a lot of Google research to sort of like find the right keywords to write blogs and even target the customers. So now in this case, the marketing manager will work along with 5 to 6 AI agents. So where one agent will go and research the internet in terms of, so what are the best performing content that's available, what the competitors are doing, drafts a unique content based on the content gap that exists in the competitors. It goes to another agent where the agent sort of copyrights the entire article, proofreads, make sure the article complies with the style guide. And again, this agent again passes to the LinkedIn agent where the article gets published. It again tracks who engages with these LinkedIn posts and sort of like sends a personalized email to the users who are engaging to that LinkedIn post, right? So in that model, so we see it used to take around 10 people to just do this one single activity. But with the adoption of agentic AI, it just requires one human and 10 AI agents working real time 24/7, right? So that's again the shift that again like sort of happening. So as we spoke, like some of these job roles are again like completely replaced. So the single biggest one is the customer support. So most of us might have spoken to a customer support agent at some point in time to resolve some issues or maybe like to get refunds. So now in this traditional case, the AI agent sort of like reads the quality of the query that the user is asking, the intent, and sort of like goes into the backend system to sort of like resolve the complete queries without the need for human intervention unless the use cases are again like sort of complex, right? So there was a company called Intercom. So Intercom again like they're a customer support agent platform. So today they have a revenue of close to $500 million. So they introduced a new product called FinAI. So where the customer is charged for the quality of tickets they are again charged, right? The traditional model operates in a way we charge the customer based on the number of support agents that are assigned to a particular customer. But in this case, again, the FinAI model, again, like it's charged based on the outcomes. So if the AI agent is able to resolve a ticket to the customer satisfaction, the end customer is again charged 50 cents. So which sort of like disrupts the complete contact center business. So this is one reason why we see a lot of contact center public listed companies see growth rates sort of like reducing over the time. And the other one is the HR staffing bit. So where in the traditional talent acquisition specialist used to spend several hours per week to source 500 different profiles over LinkedIn, over AngelList, and even through multiple other platforms. So now that complete work could be done by an AI agent. So where the agent scans across all the 1,000 different profiles in LinkedIn and only comes up with the 10 highly qualified profiles that is relevant for the company that they are looking to fill in that particular department. So as a result, now the role what the talent acquisition specialist evolves is going to be the TA person plus the 10 AI co-pilots that he is again like sort of working towards. So now this is a traditional one. So where personally I've seen this problem play out at Document 360, the company that I work at. So largely again, like in the US, the average support agent, customer support agent, costs around $120K, right? So that's $120,000 per support agent. So now let's say if you are using Calendly. So how many of you have used Calendly? Okay. So most of you who have not used Calendly, so Calendly again is a scheduling software. So where you can actually put your appointments within the tool and your end users can actually like select a particular slot to book an appointment with you. So Calendly, again, like they make close to $1 billion in revenue. So now with that $1 billion revenue, like they get around close to $100,000, 100,000 plus visitors coming to their website every single day, right? And all of these 100,000 visitors, again, they raise close to 50,000 support tickets that Calendly support agents will have to resolve. So now Calendly was running an expensive support operation. Like they were spending close to north of like more than $50 million to run their support process. So now with adopting AI agent, they sort of like reduce the entire support cost to less than 10 million. So which is again a savings of like $40 million. So the reason how they are able to reduce is like they sort of like identified that 90% of the queries, they are again L1 support tickets. So which is like how to set up certain things, maybe troubleshooting steps, or maybe to like sort of like help the user follow the best practices. So which could rather be done by a AI agent than a support agent answering that question. So as a result, again, like there was a significant reduction in cost, manpower, and even driving efficiency. And even we seen this in account management roles where the traditional account manager in a services company used to manage around 100 or 200 accounts. But with AI agent, the AI agents manage close to 1,000 accounts. It can intelligently study what the customer pulse is, NPS, CSAT, and even like what their sentiment is via emails, call recordings, and only flags the at-risk customers for the account manager to sort of review, unlocking 5x productivity, right? So this is something like we have experimented with Document 360, where in the older model, the typical account manager used to manage 200 customers. But with adopting agentic AI workflows, now the same account manager sort of is managing close to 1,000 accounts. So where we don't have to hire 4 full-time employees to manage the remaining 800 customers, right? So now if you ask me, the role tend to have evolved more into orchestrators. So where the account manager is now orchestrating whether the AI agents are again like orchestrating correctly, giving the right insights, identifying the at-risk customers to him when the time comes, and even identify the expansion opportunities. If a particular customer is again at an inflection point to spend more, the AI agent will again like sort of flag those parts much early to sort of like make the account manager engage. So again, like these are some things we found to be a common trend that sort of like play out given the nature of the audience. So where we see the shift moving is like, so from the way the current working model operates, so the prompt engineering again will play a big part in terms of how the new generation workforce is sort of like orchestrating workflows and even like getting insights, and most importantly, inferencing the information that the AI tools are again like sort of propping up, which the AI models are generally not good at. So I think that is still far away in terms of models getting better at inferencing bit. And the second one is like the systems thinking. So now why I say systems thinking is important is like in traditional way, like monitoring 100 accounts is sort of like a Herculean task to sort of like understand what's going on with each customer. But with agentic AI, the general tendency is that like the agents monitor all the accounts real time in terms of how the customer is engaging with the product. Are there any at-risk behaviors that are again coming in? And also like the NPS, CSAT, or if they have again expressed any dissatisfaction in terms of engaging with the customer support agents or with the brand, right? So again, like that's one part, and even the data storytelling bit. So today we have like a plethora of data, but the key challenge lies in inferencing it. So one biggest challenge we faced as a company is like when we have like more than 10,000 customers, uncovering who are the at-risk customers and who are the customers who are going to stay with us for another 3 years. That takes almost like 6 months or 7 months to sort of like do the complete analysis. So, but with this Gen AI adoption and AI agents being brought into the complete operating workflows, now the major role of the human is sort of like inferencing where things can go wrong. And also like express empathy and also like apply human judgment with the customers to sort of like build relationships. So where the role of a complete revenue team sort of shifts to strategic thinking and even problem solving for the end customers, which the AI can't do. So it can understand the data, but it doesn't know what problems the product again is sort of solving for the customer, as well as the what key outcomes the product again drives for the end customer. So which is where again the human in the loop sort of play a big part in the entire ecosystem, right? So now in this case again, like, so this has been another interesting data point where, so almost like close to 400 million people will be entering the workforce. So where almost in any job posting that is being done by any SaaS company or even investment bank, so most of these companies, again, they have started looking for some sort of Gen AI skills that has to be adopted when they join the company to sort of solve the real technical problems, right? And even like this demand, again, like based on the proprietary research we did, like, so it's sort of like it takes an exponential curve. So where in the last 7 years, even before the ChatGPT time period, so we saw a 21x growth in terms of companies looking for AI talent in terms of building conversational bots and even like building bots to again like sort of like solve operational problems. And again like the real challenge is again like getting ourselves prepared for the disruption, right? So now with roles getting completely diminishing, so it's important for us to have relevant skills that will solve real problems for the end customers. So where the way the framework I look at is, in a traditional company, people are busy with a lot of activities, right? So writing a content is an activity. But when you publish it as a blog, it becomes an output. But the moment people started visiting your website and read the blog, that becomes an outcome, right? But when the customer read the blog and sort of registers as a lead and purchases the product, it becomes a business value and key outcomes, right? So where we are moving towards a world from activities, we are moving towards outcomes, where the future of pricing model itself will be towards outcome-based pricing rather than hourly-based billing. So that's the shift we are again seeing in SaaS companies play out predominantly across the ecosystem. So companies like Salesforce, HubSpot, Mixpanel, Amplitude. So already they started adopted usage-based pricing models. So we see this shift even happen to service companies over time. So again, we spoke about this. So in this case, again, like, so this is one model where again, from an AI first company standpoint, what's more important is that like companies adopting these Gen AI tools to sort of like drive the productivity so that like they can save significant cost. So the only way to do that is like be a company with less people, but with again more AI agents again collaborating with the humans to drive significant business outcomes, right? So in this case, again, like you can see 4 different case studies. So where the traditional support process sort of like is handled by just 10 agents without needing for multiple humans to sort of resolve the support tickets. And also like I've seen like a lot of companies adopting Gen AI paradigms in their existing workflows to sort of automate some of the key activities to drive the operating efficiency bit. So now the bottom line is like, so at the start of the talk I mentioned about will machines replace humans? So that time has not come in yet. Like every industrial revolution that has happened, so similar to electricity adoption, like, so we will see people without AI skills losing jobs to people with AI skills. So that's the world again we are sort of like moving towards. So now, again, like with that said, so I'll just open up for any questions you might have. Okay, thank you.
We sincerely thank Mr. Saranand Balakrishnan, Chief of Staff at Kowai.co, for his insightful participation in today's panel discussion as well as his current keynote discussion. Your perspectives on how humans and technology can complement each other is something that we needed a deeper understanding of. Your segment on the paradigm shift and the need for upskilling was particularly interesting and necessary, reminding everyone that preparing people is just as important as advancing in technology. We are grateful for your time, your thought, and your expertise that you shared with us today, and we look forward to more such engaging interactions in the future. Thank you.
Continuing this thought leadership, we now move to our next keynote address. It is my privilege to welcome Mr. Roj Joshi, CEO of Delta 4 Infotech, a dynamic leader and innovator. Mr. Joshi has been at the forefront of driving digital solutions and empowering businesses through technology. We eagerly look forward to hearing his perspective. Sir, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my speech is going to be around AI agent revolution, the rise of AI that gets things done for you. Can you give me a mic? Anyways, I can try. Okay, so this is about me. I'm Rohit. I'm the co-founder of and the CEO of Delta 4 Infotech. From the last 3 years, we are building AI products and solutions for businesses, governments, and organizations. Our flagship product is Your GPT, a complete no-code solution for creating customizable AI agents for sales, support, and automation. Okay, this is going to be my agenda. Okay, let's talk about the evolution of AI, how it all started. So it all started with automating the process, and then we moved to supervised machine learning, and then the generative AI, and the new And the latest one in the AI space is the agentic AI, where agent can set a goal by itself, plan it, act it, reflect, and respond. Respond to any of the tasks that we give to the AI. Okay, so let's talk about the AI agent first. What are an AI agent? AI agent is a computer program that acts on its own, making decision how we humans do. It can use tool to execute action, gather new information, and enhancing the decision-making process by its own, like we humans do. Okay, so this is how an agent works. All you can see on the screen is that a user is passing a prompt to an LLM. LLM then have its own AI tools and then the reasoning and the planning to complete any of the tasks that we give to. Agents can also interact with the external world. When I say external world, means it can do web search and all. Okay, so the characteristics of the AI agent, I think points are not here, but I can speak about it. So when it comes to the AI agent, the thing is that it's AI agent are autonomous. Agents can plan. Agents can also self-learn as well with some human intervention. Okay, so let's talk about the benefits of AI agent. AI agent can definitely increase the efficiency, increase the productivity, and also it can scale. As like for customer support, even like the agent can be available 24/7, helping thousands of users at the same time. Okay, so these are some of the AI agent that you as a student can take pictures of, revolutionizing all these industry. If any of you haven't ever created a website or app, can use maybe Lovable or Cursor to create one. If you are going to run a startup in the near future, those tools you're gonna use to just get things done on your startup. And you can see over here is like building custom AI agents. So there are different ways to build your custom AI agent that is trained on your data, your policies, your tools to do things for you or for your business. So this is where your GPT plays the main role. We offer complete solution for building customizable AI agent for support, sales, and automation. So what is possible you can see here is that you can build maybe the HR automation agent, customer service, knowledge-based AI, voice assistant, or maybe any vertical AI as well. Can you play this video? Okay, so this is just hold on. This is an AI agent placed on a Shopify store, and see how AI agent can help e-commerce store. Volume up.
Handles a shopping assistant scenario. The user simply asks, "Hey, I'm planning to make a veg sandwich. Can you help me shop?" Instantly, the Copilot identifies all the required ingredients, and here's the cool part. It automatically searches for and adds them to the cart, all from a single query. Just like that, the task is complete, and the user is notified. Pretty amazing, right? It's like having a smart assistant on your website that can understand, take action, and complete multi-step tasks, saving users time and effort. Want to build AI co-pilots like this for your business? Check out your GPT.ai today.
Okay, so this is one of the AI that is for the shopping store, but we can build an AI agent for other categories as well as other segments. So maybe I can tell you a little bit about that. Like building an AI agent is not that technical or not a job of a software engineer. Anyone in the world can build an AI agent. So in our product, you can build an AI agent by training on your data through your website, through your documents, or maybe any other channels like Google Drive, Notion, and other. And to customize it as per your need, you might be choosing the AI models that you need. If you like ChatGPT model, you can use ChatGPT. If you like Anthropic, you can use Anthropic or maybe the Grok. And then you can set the persona or the goals for the AI, what it should do, and add some guardrails and rules on the top. And once you have created the AI agent, you will have to deploy it somewhere. You can deploy it on your social channels, you can deploy it on your website, and other places too. To monitor, to improve the AI agent over time, you have option to see how things are going on the analytics and improve the agent efficiency over time. Okay, so with my ending note, the next wave of AI, which is agentic AI, is here. So I'll say ride the wave and get things done. Thank you.
We sincerely extend our thanks to Mr. Rohit Joshi for sharing their insights. Your session took us on a journey through the evolution of AI, explained the characteristics that define AI agents, and highlighted their immense benefits as well as the challenges that they pose. We truly appreciate the clarity with which you broke down a complex subject and the vision with which you showed us how AI agents are set to transform industries, businesses, and society as a whole. Thank you once again, Mr. Joshi, for your time, your knowledge, and for leaving us with so much to take away from this session.
Next, we move to a panel discussion on a theme that resonates with every core of our times: AI in research and education, shaping the future of knowledge. This discussion will explore how artificial intelligence is reshaping not only the way we learn and teach, but also the way we think, innovate, and apply knowledge. We are privileged to have with us eminent panelists who will be sharing their perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, our very first panelist is someone who blends academic brilliance with global impact. Associate Professor Brendan Boyle joins us from the University of Newcastle, where he leads in international management and heads the Health Service Research and Innovation Centre. With a PhD from the University of Sydney, he has taught across Australia and Ireland, and his research spans transnational education, knowledge sharing, and health services. Beyond research, he is a nationally recognized educator, celebrated for his innovative and cross-cultural teaching style. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Associate Professor Brendan Boyle.
Good afternoon, everyone. Every institution dreams of a leader who can blend vision, strategy, and compassion to shape the future of education. And today, we have the privilege of welcoming such a leader. Our panelist, Mr. David Knight, has been transforming higher education for over 20 years. Currently, as the CEO and Dean of Churchill Institute of Higher Education in Sydney, he drives growth and innovation while ensuring that students remain at the heart of every decision. What sets him apart is not just his leadership position, from CEO of ANET to interim CEO of SETI, but the impact he has made. He has guided institutions through vital accreditations and supported over 2,000 postgraduate students annually at the Governance Institute of Australia. With a Master's in Educational Leadership from Macquarie University, Mr. Knight is widely recognized for his technology-enabled, market-responsive, and student-centered approach, which continues to inspire educators and learners across the sector. It is with a great pride and respect that I now invite you all to join me in extending a warm and dignified welcome to our panelist, Mr. David Knight.
When you hear the name Dr. Thomson Dennington, you're not just hearing a name, you're hearing a story of global education, leadership, and innovation. Hailing from the United States, Dr. Dennington has spent over 22 years shaping higher education across Australia and beyond, proving that learning truly transcends borders. Currently serving as a dean at Churchill Institute of Higher Education. A lifelong learner, Sir believes growth never stops. His research spans climate change, tourism, hospitality, and management studies, connecting education with some of the most important issues facing our world today. Beyond academia, he serves as a board-appointed director of the iconic Bondi Icebergs Club, showing that leadership extends beyond campuses and into the communities. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to a leader, teacher, and a community builder, Dr. Thomson Dennington.
Good afternoon, learners and leaders. It is with great respect that we welcome a distinguished academician, thought leader, and change maker, Dr. Seema Gupta, to our gathering today. With over 27 years of teaching and research experience, Dr. Gupta has made significant contribution to the world of business education. She is the former faculty member at the renowned Sri Ram College of Commerce, and she wears many hats as a trustee of the Speak to Change Foundation, founder of HappyChoice.in, and an active voice in the social and educational initiatives at Delhi University. With no more delay, please join me in welcoming her.
A mind that nurtures, a heart that inspires, a scholar whose wisdom the world admires. From service to teaching, his journey is a flame. Dr. B.K. Pandey, a distinguished name. It's my privilege to welcome Dr. B.K. Pandey, retired officer of the Indian Economic Service and now adjunct. I welcome him in his absence.
The name Dr. Parul Saxena can be defined with synonyms of academic excellence, leadership, and transformative impact in the field of human resource management, skill development, and social innovation. Dr. Parul, Associate Professor of Management in Shraddha University. She brings with her 22 years of distinguished experience in the field of human resource management, academia, and quality assurance. Dr. Saxena is a PhD and a gold medalist in human resource management from Jamia Malaya Islamia. She has successfully guided PhD scholars, published extensively in reputed journals, and contributed patents reflecting both academic rigor and innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm and respectful welcome to Dr. Parul Saxena. Behind the name Dr. Jayabala lies a story of vision, perseverance, and achievement, a journey that has redefined the standards of academic excellence and professional training. It is both an honor and a privilege to introduce Dr. Jayabala, Associate Professor, Selection Grade in Human Resource Management at the prestigious Arun Jaitley National Institute of Financial Management, Ministry of Finance. Dr. Bala brings with her illustrious career of 24 years marked by excellence in teaching, training, research, and consultancy, and academic administration. She is academically accomplished, holding a PhD, MPhil, and MCom, complemented by professional certifications in accelerated learning and training. Her scholar pursuits and professional engagements have established her as authority in human resource management, organizational management, and corporate communications. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride that I invite you to join me in extending a most respectful and wholehearted welcome to Dr. Jayabala.
From the microscopic chambers of the human heart to the vast expanses of agricultural fields, Dr. Kumar Rajamani sees patterns where others see complexity. In a Swiss research lab, he decoded the language of medical images. In Germany's tech corridors, he redefined the algorithms that could peer into the invisible. Today, from his position at Kroppen Technologies, he is teaching machines to understand the heartbeat of our planet's food systems. Multiple patents, multiple continents, and countless breakthroughs. This is what happens when a PhD in biomedical engineering becomes a bridge between human health and planetary wellness. I take immense pleasure in welcoming our esteemed speaker, Dr. Kumar Rajamani.
A mind that nurtures, a heart that inspires, a scholar whose wisdom the world admires. It's my privilege to welcome Dr. B.K. Pandey, retired officer of the Indian Economic Service and now adjunct professor at the Arun Jaitley National Institute of Financial Management, Ministry of Finance. With his vast experience in national institutions and deep expertise in economics, he continues to inspire as a teacher, thinker, and guide. With wisdom profound and vision so clear, your gracious presence brings us cheer. We are truly enriched by your gracious presence today, sir.
Dr. Anil Kumar is the Associate Professor from Kurukshetra University of Haryana. He has over 20 years of experience in academic and research. We are honored to have you with us here today, sir. Now, for the most awaited part, let us hear from the panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be the part of panelists for the topic which is reshaping the world. Artificial intelligence in research and education. How many of you believe that artificial intelligence is just a buzzword? It's just a buzzword. Students, dear students, faculty members, and panelists on the dais, artificial intelligence is no more the buzzword. It is embedded in our search engines. We know it very well as student and as faculty. It is there in our plagiarism checking tools, including Turnitin, which recently has also included AI tools such as ChatGPT and humanizing the text to detect, to give plagiarism report. It's all around us. What to do? It's a question which lingers on our minds when we come to the classrooms to teach you. And it's also a question which must be in your thoughts when you have to submit the assignment. What to do? How we are dealing with it, I think it's such an enriched panel. We have 3 members from Australian Churchill University. We have a scientist here, Rajamaniji. We have from management background teacher, Parul and Anil, and Sir. I'll throw the question. I'll start with our panelist member, Brandon Boyle, sir. How you deal with artificial intelligence in education? Maybe our students are interested to know the global perspective of it.
Thank you. I think it is very important that we keep the students in the room in mind when we talk about this, because academics sometimes use artificial intelligence to make sure students are doing the right thing. We need to guide the students in what we expect students to use artificial intelligence for. One of our speakers earlier today said something very, very important. He said, why are we using artificial intelligence? What problem are we trying to solve, or what are we trying to learn? The education people in the room, that's our responsibility to define what we expect students to do with artificial intelligence, because I think the students are going to be very, very competent, certainly younger students, at using this technology, but we have to guide them in how to use it. So one of our challenges in Australia is to define what we expect students to do with artificial intelligence, define the guidelines for ethical use, and really define what's the learning outcome we want to achieve, because we can learn to use this technology, but the question we have to answer for ourselves and also answer for our students is, why are we using this technology? And what is the purpose of this for our overall learning? So that when you finish your degree, you come out not just competent with technical skills for AI, but how to use AI to solve business and societal problems.
That's such an interesting perspective. We have to go into self-introspection, right, while using the tool. I would request Dr. Rajamani how he handles with this tool in his classrooms with his students.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's interesting that I was supposed to be part of the industrial panelist, but I'm now part of the academic panelist. But I was telling Sapna ma'am that I wear both the hats, right? I am an adjunct professor. I am a professor of practice at Marwadi University in Rajkot. And I'm also an adjunct professor here at PSG Tech in Coimbatore. So I do wear hats of an academician. So thankfully, I fit in with other professors, and I can share their struggles, as I am also teaching currently machine learning remotely for students in Gujarat, right? There's a saying, you remove a thorn with a thorn, right? If you have a thorn in your leg, yeah, you need another thorn to remove it, right? So I think the way I look at AI, and I look at it from industry perspective and also while teaching, is that you can use AI to help teach any other subject for that matter, right? And I've seen that excellently being done in recent times with plethora of solutions. Specifically, I would like to quote a platform called Brilliant. For those who are interested, you can look it up. I am using it for teaching. It makes it interactive. It makes it bite-sized. These days, the attention span is very less, even for me, right? Somebody speaks, I can only listen for 10, 20 minutes. And to hold a classroom for 40 minutes or 1.5 hours, if you're taking 2 sessions, I think bite-sized learning is new, and the AI can take large chunks of information in any domain. It can be a video, it can be a textbook chapter, break it down into bite-sized, you can call reels. I'm using the word reels because many people of Gen Z can relate to it, and then make sure that we learn. But there is a lot of research yet to be done that reel or bite-sized learning, does it stay in our head or go away, right? So there is still a lot more work to be done. AI can enable, but we need to closely watch, do the research, and see how is AI going to enable education. And there is research also to do, is it helping, in which way is it helping? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with my able panel member. And here I'll just rephrase the question which was initially asked by Professor Seema Gupta. She asked, how many of us think that AI is just a buzzword? So given the audience, if you allow me to rephrase this question, ma'am, I'll put it, how many of you have used AI in assignment submissions and class task submissions? Show with the raise of your hands and be honest. Yeah. Yes. So acknowledge yourself that you had the guts to admit it in the yeah. Give yourself a round of applause. You all deserve it, because integrating AI into education and being an academician into research is similar to picking up a pen. So there is no running away from it. So there is a lot of apprehensions and a lot of doubts about it. But just to be on track and the question that was asked, I think with AI we can do exponential work in the field of education. So again, as an academician, when I see, and then there are different learners. So generally what we do as academicians, we classify them into slow, moderate, or advanced learners. So when I see AI as an academician, I think it can be a very, very crucial tool in terms of the personalized learning and tutoring. And that is what we are trying to integrate into our institute also. We have taken measures where we are integrating AI to help those differential learners, whether we talk in terms of the learning abilities, or I think I see some, being a researcher, I also know that this AI is also used to aid people, students specifically, which have physical challenges, like students who are visually challenged, or who have other issues, like we have a lot of mental issues like ADHD and all. So I see as an academician that AI, with AI, using it as an aid, we can do exponential work in the field of education and research.
Yeah, I would request now Mr. David to share his views on artificial intelligence in research. Maybe we can start the conversation on the, there's a lot of researchers here.
Again, I think it's how you use AI in research that's most important, and that you use it ethically. So I think the most advantageous way of using AI in research is the literature review, for example. Actually detecting the sources, finding them, downloading them, perhaps even summarizing them. I think that's all quite acceptable with use of AI, as long as you acknowledge the source and that you actually can determine that the source of information is appropriate for your research. So I think that's where the human context comes into it. You need to understand the context that your research is in. You need to understand the hypothesis of your own question, and you need to be able to discern which information is appropriate that the AI has produced. So whilst the information is abundant and plentiful out there, it's a matter of making the most ethical and, I guess, appropriate use of that information that you found from AI. And I think that's something, it's the same for education as it is for research in terms of the outputs.
May I request students to settle down at the back? Please take your seats.
It is. Okay, it was terrific for the people who did put their hand up, and congratulations. First year students, second year students, education is a process. Education works by having a crack, by having a go, by trying something, by learning from what you do. So in our institute, we let all first year students that fail their first subject because of AI, or fail it because they don't know how to reference, or fail it because they've gone to inappropriate sources, have another chance. So I'm curious to see how many people out there have had that chance have had a chance to learn what they've done wasn't right academically, and then move on and do better the next time, because that's all it's about.
So how is usage of artificial intelligence affecting the research or researcher himself or herself? Maybe we can initiate some discussion from Dr. Anil Kumar, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Seema. In line with my fellow panelists, I agree. And in fact, from the discussion since morning, we have seen we cannot escape from AI. It is part and parcel of our life, and education is no exception. What is more important? It is just a tool. I see it as a tool. Just like we have seen in our childhood, we have no computer, we have not seen computer. When we start using computer, we say that, what is it, what is it? But that is a very useful tool. Then came Google, we start searching. Although reading habits have decreased, then this is the age of AI. Now I extend, dear students, the questions Dr. Parul has asked you. How many of you have used AI tools to make your assignments? Of course, we all use it. I also use it to develop my study material. But my question extends to how many of you refine after you creating it or before submitting it final to your teachers? How many of you go through the content AI develops for you? Is there anybody? And that is where human thinking came. As in the morning session, the keynote speaker, Dr. Boyle, highlighted that it is not important to teach, but more important is to think and to reflect. And it is what now come to your question, how I use it in research and teaching. I ask my students questions. One of my students, he is very brilliant. He is from Afghanistan. He is PhD scholar. He uses AI tools very effectively. But I always ask him, he says, sir, I have used panel vector analysis and so on, so on. What is it? Why you have used it? We must know which tool is applicable where. It is our intuition. AI can do anything for you. Similarly, I ask my students to discuss how AI works. Then say they that it learns from the data and so on. Then I pose the question, if the data is itself biased, what will happen? Then the point is, starting from the school level, we should focus on questioning AI, not about whether we should use or not. We cannot escape it. But we should make the questioning habit among even the primary school students. They should learn, they should answer the questions how AI works. If some bad intention people develop it, what can be the harm of it? So ethical and responsible use of AI is needed. We cannot escape it. If it is used it is a very good tool. If it increases our efficiency, then we can make more focus on critical thinking and developing other skills. But what is more important, again, it should be used in ethical and impactful ways that enhance thinking of human being, not replacing just his typing and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I'm very delighted, to participate in this panel discussion, which is so topical. Like, you cannot escape from AI wherever you are, whether you are at the airport, whether you are in the classroom, or whether you are doing research, or you are trying to finish your assignments. So as my previous speaker, Anilji just mentioned that it is a tool, and if you look at the human progress, the society in which we live today so comfortably is because of the progress in technology. And technology can be used, it's a double-edged weapon like atomic energy, which can be used for power, which can be used for destruction. In the same way, AI, and especially in education, and especially in higher education, I feel it has a lot of potential. It can reduce the drudgery, like literature survey. You know, it has become so easy with these tools. The kind of research framework, the kind of information you get in 1 second, you know, which might have taken 1 week to do it in the library. So definitely the pace of, information gathering and analyzing the data analytics which has come. So I feel that overall, AI is beneficial provided it is used in an ethical way, it is used with a responsibility and to give you ample scope for thinking. Because as one of the scientists said, the education is not to learn facts. Education is about how you think, how you train your mind. So AI, I feel, has many applications. It has personalized learning. It has a scale. It can bring classroom to every house. The nature of teaching has transformed in the classroom, like where we have most of the things in our research, in our time scheduling is done through tools like a smart blackboard or whiteboard, or so many things have come which will definitely add our knowledge, our insight. So we should adopt and adapt. Both AI should be used in a wide variety of things in higher education, and if there is a motion for or against AI, I will go for adopting AI in a very big way, because that is the next frontier of technology in higher education in every walk of life, and we must adopt it in a big way.
That's such a powerful way you have put in. Students, I think you all will agree with us with this panel discussion that usage of AI has led to the democratization of education. Whether a student sitting in your classroom in Churchill University, or in your classroom in Kurukshetra University, or in your Shada University, or in mine, University of Delhi, or student from the Coimbatore. All the students have same access to the resource material at the click of the button available on your laptop. So I remember my times when we used to go to the libraries and dust the shelf, take out the journals for our research, but you don't have to do that thing. But it comes with one warning, I should not say, but since we all are, we come with an experience, so we have seen that transformative journey. It should not affect your cognitive mind. It should not affect your writing skill. Don't use ChatGPT for polishing your written material. Because what Parul said, what can be done with the pen cannot be learned with the click of the button. ChatGPTs, your material will stay, but it will not come here. When you go through the process, when we use AI tools, we are limiting that time, and we are also limiting our knowledge. So that was my advice at the end of this panel discussion. And if anyone wants to say in 1 line or 2 line something to students, perhaps we can start from Dr. Brandon.
think the last piece of advice was the most important one. Don't let ChatGTP or any other form of AI make you less clever. It's a big risk. Research shows that we engage in what we call cognitive offloading. So if the AI does it for us, we switch off. We don't remember things the same. So this generation that has more possibility with technology than we ever had could end up being in a worse situation because of over-reliance on it. Don't let AI make you less clever. Use it as a tool to be a starting point, the building block that they spoke about during the panel discussion, and then engage, reflect, critique it, ask it if it's good enough. All of that is the human cognition and the critical thinking that our group have been talking about.
Thank you, Brendan. I think there's one thing I would add to that, particularly from my own perspective, is it is called artificial intelligence, but essentially with text-based apps, you're really just having a screening of all public websites with information outputted. As a higher education student, it's really important that you can discern the sources of that information and if they're, first of all, credible and if they're appropriate to the work that you're doing. Because whilst the answer may appear correct or right or appropriate, it may actually not be for what you're doing. Because just bear in mind that anybody can create a website. You can create one through AI yourself. It doesn't mean that the information from the author is going to be accurate or appropriate to the context that you're working with. So I think that's the biggest tip I could give you, if you like, in terms of using AI in your academic work. And when you do discern the appropriate sources, make sure you reference them appropriately and don't plagiarize them. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a tip perhaps more for the educators rather than you students being educated. We've restricted some of our assignments to using a single database when you answer your assignments. ChatGTP can't quite get that yet. So if you've got a database out there and your lecturer has set you an assessment task and that lecturer has said 70% of your assignment should be based on references from a single database like EBSCO or ProQuest. They're trying to help you get off the ChatGTP addiction that you seem to be on.
ChatGPT and other AI tools should be a new learning tool for you, but not the substitute of the existing soft skill tool of writing, analyzing, interpreting, and working hard. It should not replace these soft skills which is required from the student and researcher.
Yes, very well said, ma'am. And here again, I would like to bring forth attention to two crucial points. My able panel members, they have talked about where to use it and for what to use it. Since morning, we have been talking about it. So the third question that we should also examine is how much to use it. It's very important that we give this question a thought that how much is enough. There are a lot of policy frameworks which are on the way. One that I'm aware of is UNESCO's guidelines for using generative AI, which came in 2023. And a lot of Indian government initiatives are also there working on bringing in that privacy, ethics, and the governance framework. So work is being in the process, so we have to wait and watch. Now to sum up, I'll ask you another question. How many of you would like your teacher to be replaced by an AI agent? Show with the raise of hands. So are your teachers here in the auditorium? That's why you're scared? Yes. So there are a lot of apprehensions about AI replacing humans, and that is never going to happen. I am reminded of a shloka which says, Om Sahana Bhavantu. That is, we all coexist, collaborate, and cohabit. So that is the way that we have to integrate AI into our day-to-day lives, whether we are talking about education or research. We have to collaborate and integrate, and we don't have to create a hostile environment where we try to empower each other. So I again end with a note that Om Sahana Bhavantu. Thank you.
Respected panelists, here we have Dr. Jaya Bhala with us, Associate Professor from the Ministry of Finance. She has come a long way, long our journey to join us. We welcome you, ma'am. Respected Jaya ma'am, the panel was already having the discussion, and we concluded on the usage of artificial intelligence in education and research. We would like to have your opinion since you come from ministry. And so what has been the government's guideline on the usage of artificial intelligence, if you could brief us and our students on this.
Thank you very much. Special thanks to Dr. Sapna to inviting me here. When we talk about AI and the government guidelines, I personally feel the guidelines is be ethical and use something which is really very important, and it should not cross the limits. It's not that we are always on AI, we need to have a human touch also. If we use ChatGPT, Gemini AI, or anything, any software where artificial intelligence is involved, we use human intelligence also to make it better and can be more creative, more innovative. So as we have already concluded the session, I would like to say, we have to go as per the society is moving. We are moving towards more digitization. We are moving towards more AI. We must use it, but in a limit, keeping our human skills there, be more creative, more innovative, and be ethical when you are using AI. Thank you.
I had just one or two points to add, right? One is the bar, if at all you say, where students have to be, teachers have to be, industry people have to be, has just become, the bar has risen, right? Everybody has to go above the bar. The bar is now not set by your peers. The bar is not set by external or internal. The bar is set by AI, that AI can do this. So what can humans do beyond that, right? So this is one way I look at it, right? So if anybody is below the bar, AI will replace you. If you are above the bar, you are relevant, right? And the bar is not going to stay here. The bar will continuously be better as new versions of AI tools come in, right? So the point is, are you ready for the challenge? That's the quick question you have to ask yourself. Am I upskilling myself? Am I getting better than ChatGPT or AI, right? And if you are continuously upskilling yourself, you have still room to be above the bar. And then AI is a tool that you use, right? So then it is your servant that you use. If you allow, as somebody said, if you allow AI to become your master, then you're giving off your cognitive strengths, then you are becoming its slave. And as a slave, then you are not utilizing your skill. So it's always important to continuously do the litmus test. Are you below the line or are you above the line? And the line is going to be continuously moving. So the challenge is on, and we all have to gear up for it. Even as educators, even as students, even as industry people, the line is moving and the line is moving fast. That's one side of the story. The other is, I think how much ever AI progresses, the human element that ma'am was mentioning, emotions, see, AI can replace maybe some percentage of the brain, but AI can never replace the heart, right? The heart operates from a different center, right? And for the heart, there is no technology which can, you can make a pacemaker beat, but you cannot make a pacemaker feel, right? So AI can do as it wants, but we as humans are far more necessary, important as a society because we hold emotions. And emotions can never be captured to the extent that we humans hold by AI, right? They can do a little bit, they can be, it's still a machine, right? So I think emotions and human interaction still carry a lot of weight, and that will continue to keep us apart from machines. Machines will remain machines, humans will remain humans. Thank you.
I would just like to add one very good, idea it came that AI, you should use AI. AI should not use you. I think that should be the, our, baseline, that it is a tool, and that tool is to be used for the purpose, for the ethical consideration, and as Mr. Rajan has just said, that human intelligence will always be, higher, because humans have created AI. It's not other way. So, thank you.
Yes, I totally agree. Emotions and something that is in our heart, and it may be also called common sense, that is above all, above our intelligence. We have created AI, so it cannot replace us. The question is, it is not question that it will replace us. The question is how we can use it better. Our common sense should be above it. I would like to share a small story. It is some kind of funny story. I am from a small village, and in nearby my village, some forest area is there. My childhood friend is in village. He is in farming business. I used to visit my village, and we often go for camping and in the forest by the river. One day we set the camp. We were in our tent. In the middle of night, stars were there and moon was there. He asked me, Anil, what can you say about seeing the moon and stars? I start explaining ki as an economist, as an astrologer, I can say that this is there, this is there. As a poetic, I can say, I sing a song. And so many, I throw out all my knowledge. Then I asked in the road, ki what you can say? He just said our tent is lost. So common sense cannot replace our knowledge. So we should have that. We should be responsible user. Remember, AI cannot, it is not to fear that AI will replace us. The question is only how we can use it to increase our efficiency, increase our productivity, so that we can do some more smart work instead of, as Dr. Seema said, earlier we used to go to library, take out the journals, then make the photocopy. So much time consuming was there that it means AI can replace those kind of jobs. It cannot replace us. Okay? So I hope, dear students, you will use it responsibly and ethically and as a tool, not as your master. Thank you.
We invite questions from the students, if there is any. Yes, we would like to hear from you. Anyone? No, okay. When I was a student, I think we all saw that movie Matrix, you remember? So which latest movie on artificial intelligence are you watching? Subservience? Any answers? If not, so we are giving you food for thought as well as movie for time. So do look or surf Netflix for the latest AI movies, because that will also give you a good idea about how those concepts are being integrated in our daily life, and are they scary or they are in reality, and how we have to live with it. So with this note, I thank each and every member, esteemed fellow members and panelists, for sharing their experiences, their advice, and especially one-liners, which is going to stay with us. Thank you all on the behalf of conference.
Thank you, everyone. I extend my sincere gratitude to our panelists for an enlightening discussion on AI in research and education. Today's session has shed light on some of the most pressing questions of our time: how students are using AI, how we can ensure that it becomes a tool to foster creativity rather than diminishing it, and how we address challenges such as plagiarism in the digital age. At the same time, the panel has highlighted the positive side, the ability of AI to make education more interactive, research more efficient, and learning more engaging. Your perspectives have helped us see both the opportunities and the responsibilities that come with integrating AI into academics. It is clear that the future of education will not be about replacing human creativity, but about using AI wisely to enhance it. With that, thank you so much to everyone who's been present here, and thank you so much for your patience for our esteemed panelists.
Gratitude is gesture of love. In order to that, we would like to honor some of the prestigious persons who have been joined today with us. Firstly and foremostly, we would like to call Dr. B.K. Pandey and would like to welcome Dr. Sapna Bansal, Director of SRCC and convener of this particular event, to felicitate B.K. Pandey. And also, I would like to call Associate Professor Brendan Ball to join the dais on giving the felicitation. Next, I would like to call Dr. Jay Bala, the foremost person who have joined with us with her dignified presence today. Thank you for your presence, ma'am. I would like to call Mr. Rohit Josh also on the dais for the memento, please. Thank you, dignitaries.
I'd like to call Dr. K. Kumda Devi ma'am. I would like to call Dr. K. Kumda Devi ma'am, Dean School of Commerce, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening. I can understand your importance of timing. Though I am a convener of the conference, I am very much happy on behalf of myself and Professor Sapna. I propose the vote of thanks here. I am extremely happy to propose my vote of thanks, particularly College SRCC and Churchill University. My foremost thanks goes to all the stakeholders of SRCC, Churchill institutions, and KPR College. It means, stakeholder means it includes from top to bottom. So accordingly, understanding the time constraint, I extremely extended my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you to present here, to present paper, participating your things, then panelist, chairperson, co-chair, particularly chief guest from both institutions, all along way from Australia and New Delhi here. So thanks to all. Thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for so beautifully acknowledging the efforts that had made the day very beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of day one of our international conference, on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers, panelists, dignitaries, and participants who made today a remarkable success. A special word of appreciation goes to the tireless efforts of the faculty and student volunteers. Today was only the beginning. Tomorrow promises even more enriching sessions, deeper discussions, and new opportunities. Until then, thank you for being a part of this memorable first day. Have a pleasant evening and see you tomorrow.
Hold your seats. We do have cultural programs which has been lined up for the event. If possible, you can wait us and you can witness the cultural program which is being forwarded after 5 to 10 minutes. Sit back and relax and enjoy. Thank you.